Hello! We're playing a game you've heard before again. And guess what I'm doing? You will probably never guess. That's right, climbing stairs. Congrats if you guessed. If you guessed, you get literally nothing. /ed actually works instantly when on a one-player server. Sus! 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 I wasted a slot for nothing. How does that even happen? How do notes get overlaid? Maybe it's that two people all manage to click on the same space in a very short amount of time, like in one cycle. Why look at that? And why are they there? No, we aren't talking about stuff that happened to me this early. I don't know what will happen if Hope finds out, but it's probably gonna get very angry. Oh yeah, that's the floor where it happens. Look. Shove myself out of the map, which would have been so embarrassing. I also do not know who went to floor 580 for this one image. Where was the wiki? Oh. Hold on. Where was it? Oh, here. That's actually on floor 580. But when you go down to floor most of it happens when you go to floor 589, then send to floor 580. I love walking on the camera. Say boots to the camera. Yeah, that is the control. Yes, I know. I very much look like some sort of Reddit or Discord mod. Banned. I'm a turtle justice warrior. I nearly accidentally said social justice warrior, which I don't really know what's even going on there, so I won't make a joke about it. I just made a joke about one of the worst Reddit mods ever, that being awkward and turtle, who calls themselves a turtle justice warrior. I'm a turtle justice warrior. Justice for the turtles, or I will create war. Give justice to the turtles. 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 Please just give them some justice. So only just ice, not just water. I don't know how to change those texts. Texts. Fix. I mean, I understand that somebody who thinks that, like, who isn't as obsessed with this game as me might not know the difference between voids and nils, although they have seen them before, because I think they have gotten in judgment, and they definitely have been to like 9.3k, which has a single nil in the way, that being 9191 to 9199. Anyway, I can't wait for the one run where I go to 3k. I also have had a cat. Unfortunately, she had an accident and isn't alive anymore, and I want to give her a memorial on a special floor. Please let her have a memorial at like a super special number, like 222. 500. Please not disturb that floor. Unless you're planning to put a memorial there. I'm really gonna need to take a break. Actually, I think I'm going to take a break so I can go to 3k soon. Just to write some stuff there, some memes, a memorial for that little sweetheart cat. I wish I could have gotten to know her for more than 5 months. Wish you weren't with us for or much longer, but we can't change the past. If there is an afterlife, I hope that me and her end up in the same place, so that we can go all have fun together, like the old times. But there probably isn't an afterlife, at least not from what I understand. So unfortunately, she's going to be gone forever, just like me one day. In about 60 or 70 years. So that I live life for the average expectancy. I hope I live longer. I wonder how it would be to be immortal with an off switch. Sadly, if you're like stuck in a black hole or something, you can just think about the off switch and bang, it's over. Or it's a heat death of the universe, then and just click the red button. Floor. 2056 is, in my opinion, a very special floor. Even if like 10 people have ever been there, and one of them actually being me. So many noobs will never understand what a nail floor is, because the easiest nail floors to get to are 2056. The number of floors you need to pass in order to get there is self-explanatory. 9191, so 2080 floors, and then 9329, which is at 2218 floors, and then there's the 95 left set. Actually, no, there's even earlier set, but it's not technically a pure nail. It's actually a monnail. It's a monsoon nail. You can actually see monnails on 6K. Hey, if you go up there instead of down there. Anyway. A good reason to get to. Oh, 2228. Sure seems like it'd be fun to get there. Oh yes, I have seen some notes like 1800 and 1900. There are even some in the 2Ks, but unfortunately I've only gotten there once. Okay, I have technically gotten into cluster 3 a whole 3 times. But 2 of those times literally ended before or 2100. Alright, actually I should put a Jeff the Actually, put an image of Jeff the Destroyer in your sun on a different void floor, or even better, on a nail floor, just to mess with anybody who gets there. Like, oh yeah, cool. By the way, I'm trying to get the granddad note as far as I can on my journey. It has already gone 6,000. Actually, no, it's gotten 7.1k floors up. Can I get it all the way to 7307? Seven strings and empty walls. Watch above the clouds. Whistle out. Silly strings and patchwork wings. This one's gonna fly. Should know it.
Be quiet.
Actually, I wonder if I could carry a note on my face for 100 floors. Honestly, despite just how unimpressive roof is, the people who do it are still poggers, because they are willing to learn so much just to get to floor 700, and in a way they have learned how to beat nightmare floors. They have learned how to beat void floors, but there are still some things that they will have to learn if they ever want to get to a place like Judgment. That being Shadow, in the Shadow and Nail floors, which are, in my opinion, the worst floors ever. Hold on, I can't need to burp right now. I'm not close enough and do it. Wait, are those VTubers? Although seriously, there's just something off with VTubers. I think that's something with their joints. It's generally the uncanny valley, which I mean, so many people say that, oh yeah, there must be some reason for it to exist. Which is that there was some reason for us to notice what was as almost was human and what was almost human. And people realized, oh wait, that reason might just be the violently ill and dead, and it just happened to notice other stuff. There is a summit. It's on 72,462. And knowing you have already gone there 17 times. Sorry for showing you that. to rise above the clouds, to fizzle out. Patchwork wings and silly strings, wings rise above the clouds, just fizzle out. This one's gonna fly like a rocket. This one's never gonna stop it. It feels touch the sky. Oh, it took me 21 minutes, which is a slight downgrade from the previous time. Like a rocket, baby, don't you know it feels to be surreal. This one's gonna fly. Don't you know it, baby? Don't you show it? Oh, it's me to touch the sky. This one's gonna fly. High like a rocket. We ain't gonna stop it. Fizzle out. We got enough the right stuff. So just fizzle out. Cause this one's gonna fly. And baby, where we go? Where the laws of gravity don't apply. This one's gonna fly. I know this Andrea well. I was just curious on what people wrote in here. I saw this many notes and I was like, wow, this many people really fell for this. It's so weird, like, if you were 6,000 floors under this, you would definitely be seeing literally no notes whatsoever. Hey look, this is partial mill. Amogus! Noobs! Ah! Slad! Scary! Pros. Oh, dude! How many times do I have to say that water is okay? Hey, what are you, a Discord mod? 5 minutes later. Oh my god, I can't get shower. I can't get shower. Oh, seriously, every time there is a rain floor, my body just cringes because because I remember what a shower is. I'm making fun of myself. That's just how bad my life has gone. I'm a disappointment! Woohoo! That's good, but I'm eating. Fairy Roomba! Fairy Roomba! too. She is on my pillow. Hello. She's my insert anime character here body pillow. Because I don't have any friends. Clock, I'm staring at you. By the way, fun fact, there is definitely no badge for surviving to 2062. Totally. Lol, imagine being V-Pix. I want slashed! 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 Ash, just give me my slashed because I want slashed and I want slashed and I do want slashed. But I want slashed and I want slashed. We need slashed.
Be quiet. He can hear you.
Born to say hi! Hi! Let's say hello. I do not know that. Well, there's nothing here.
Shh. Be quiet.
No, what the? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that fanboy, but I'm pretty sure that there is something wrong with their head. Or someone's sins, apparently.
Be quiet. He can hear you. He is going to find you.
I know that nothing is going to happen. Alright. I'm here spawned while I wasn't here. Then we're gonna be watching stuff while I wait for the guy.
Hello everyone, I hope you're having a good day. So I'm back from my trip, and I'm working on some longer stories for you all. I'm working on finishing up the next part of Baraska. I've just been waiting on some lines for that one. I also have a few other longer ones that I want to do. I was thinking that for the summer months this year, I might try to just exclusively stick to some really long stories, like maybe just an hour and a half to 2 or 3 hours long. So if I do that, it might slow down the amount of videos that I can put out. Normally I try to aim for 2 a week, but if I was to do like a 2-hour plus story, I might only be able to upload 1 a week. But I'm curious to see what all of you think about that. Would you like to see longer videos, but less frequently? Or are you enjoying the current rate of stories where it's about 2 a week? But yeah, while I'm finishing up some of those longer ones, here is a compilation of ocean and water themed stories. I'd love to know what you think of them and which one was your favorite. It wasn't until I found myself standing on the deck of an unmanned military ship, sailing out into the middle of the ocean, before I finally started to question the mission I'd signed up for. The exceptionally large sum of money had been the initial hook, but the allure of a top-secret mission was not something I longed for. Still, I had to ask, why had they chosen me? And where were we actually going? A good sailor keeps his mouth shut, I remembered my sergeant telling me more than a decade earlier. Things had been so simple then. I followed orders and never questioned whether or not our actions were inherently good. In my eyes, I was doing the right thing, but the line between good and evil quickly blurred as I'd gotten deployed. I know they told you not to talk to the crew, but I gotta ask, what in God's name made you sign up for this mission? A man asked as I stared out at the ocean. He was well built, clearly a soldier based on his posture, though his outfit didn't match the rest of the crew. I fit the profile, was all I responded. Do you even know where we're heading? I shook my head. That's probably why they chose you. The name...
Hold on, what do I do while I'm not putting on fake creepypastas? I do not know. Actually, how about I watch nothing? Or maybe in this.
Ulrich, I'm the leader of this mission. I looked over at him. I wouldn't have taken him as the man in charge. He looked well more like an enforcer, a man with more power than brains. His age fit, though, and his cold, emotionless demeanor was enough to tell me he'd seen a thing or two. I'm Sean. I'm guessing you're going to tell me where exactly we're heading? Down there, he said as he pointed to the cold, blue ocean. I chuckled. I've never served aboard a submarine. If you think I can aid you in underwater warfare, you've chosen the wrong man. He smirked in return. That ain't it, Sean. We're going deeper, all the way to the bottom. I had to admit that the man had piqued my curiosity more.
That mystery brick is definitely very intriguing. Is it for a badge of some kind? Whatever. I think that just something that was placed somewhere at random. But if I ever want to make my own fan-made badge, I can certainly use it. Anyway, I'm watching vids, so that way I will be able to go forward. Wait a minute, someone is just kimchi. Kimchi. Oh my god. Anyway, yeah, I'm just watching videos that hey, I go faster because that makes me actually go slightly faster.
More than the initial briefing. Why? What's down there? Atlantis! What else? He exclaimed as if announcing a long-awaited reveal. The mythological sunken city. That's a real place? I asked, still awaiting the punchline. No, of course not. At least not in a historical sense. The Atlantis we're visiting is a base built shortly after the Second World War. In anticipation of nuclear war, a lot of rich bastards wanted a safe place to hide. They decided the bottom of the ocean would fit. It had to be kept a secret, of course. Only a handful of government employees ever learned about the project, and they've since taken the secret to their grave. The look on my face must have been enough because I didn't have to ask another question before he started talking. The base remained a secret until a few documents resurfaced a couple of years ago. Apparently, we lost contact with the base in the 80s, alongside all the science put into the base. Can you imagine the kinds of things they kept down there? No, I said. That's why we're going down there. We're going to get the station back up and running and retrieve as much information as possible. 2 other men joined us, both clearly military. They were Jacob and Benjamin, the combat engineers meant to accompany us on the mission. As the ship finally stopped, Ulrich led us to the starboard side, where a strange vessel had been prepared. It looked more like a lunar landing probe than a sub, one with an exceptionally thick hull. Ever been in the depths? Jacob asked as we were escorted inside. I shook my head, as did Benjamin. The truth was that the 4 of us were all strangers, carrying only fragments of information. Due to the risk of leaking top-secret information, I half worried we'd be executed upon completion. The vessel shook as they dropped us into the ocean, but as soon as we'd fell below the surface, an odd sense of peace washed over us. The descent itself was rapid, with light quickly giving way to infinite darkness as we sunk into the depths below. A few instances of small talk broke up, but we quickly fell silent again with each creak of the outer hull settling under the immense pressure of the ocean. I felt tense the entire ride, and it wasn't until I felt an abrupt stop before I realized we'd reached the bottom. I guess this is it, I said. All right, Jacob, initiate docking procedures. The rest of you gear up. I don't want anyone leaving this vessel without their atmospheric suit. You take point, Sean, Ulrich ordered. I nodded in agreement, and Jacob made contact with the docking station without much hassle. From there, we could connect to the station's monitoring systems. Looks like the pressure inside is fine. Life support is partially broken, though. Only a few sections still have oxygen. We might be able to get them back up and running, but I can't promise anything, Jacob said. Any sign of life? Ulrich asked. I couldn't tell you based on this alone, but without oxygen, what could there possibly be? Jacob asked back. Still, stay alert. Let's get this over with. My ears painfully popped as the doors opened. I raised my rifle and took the first step inside Atlantis. The station was running on its emergency backup systems, supposedly fueled by underground volcanic activity, but it meant we had a little more than emergency lights to guide our way. The rest of them followed closely. As we exited the airlock, we found ourselves in a neatly decorated hallway that was more reminiscent of a 50s hotel than a submarine base. While the metal walls still stood exposed, they'd clearly put a great deal of effort into making the place feel like home. On each side of the hall were several metal doors, each marked with simple numbers and letters. Between each door hung a picture of one of the inhabitants, most of them scientists, some military.
I don't see anything,
Benjamin said.
Neither do I.
Ulrich agreed.
The comms should be in Section 7H, alongside the control rooms somewhere in the center of the base. We should deal with life support first. It should be right around the corner in 3C.
The decoration made the station seem more gloomy rather than making it feel like a home. I suppose times had changed since then, but I couldn't help but feel like we were walking through a graveyard.
This is the one,
Benjamin said as we opened the door to the life support system. Unlike the neatly decorated hallways, that room was little more than a generator room with machines and metal walls. It produced oxygen directly from water through electrolysis, essentially an infinite source of breathable air, each showing habitability and biological activity.
No sign of life at all. I guess we're safe for now,
Benjamin said. I lowered my guard ever so slightly while still staying alert.
It shouldn't be hard to fix this,
Benjamin said.
Almost looks like someone purposefully sabotaged it, but they didn't do a very good job. Alright, we'll go ahead and repair the comms. Are you fine on your own?
Ulrich asked. Benjamin nodded.
Then let's go.
Leaving our engineers behind, we kept moving toward the control room.
So, if the station...
Yo. Yo. Oh, it smells like up dog. I know. Oh, what's up, dog? RMS Titanic. Goofy, what the? Sip, 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 sip.
It went dark, but no one ever left. Where are the bodies?
I asked.
Who knows if they got out? Might have fled and stayed under the radar,
Ulrich said. On the way, I took a peek inside a few of the already open doors. There were bedrooms and offices, all neatly decorated to look like home, with personal effects and unmade beds. If the crew had left, they clearly didn't bother to take anything with them. By the time we reached the central hub, about 20 minutes had passed. The station was massive, large enough to house at least 500 people, all of whom had just vanished without a trace. Then we walked by a door marked differently than the others. Z9, it read. A massive jump if the rooms were marked alphabetically. In addition, the room was labeled laboratory.
Should we check it out?
I asked.
Later. We need to fix the comms and upload the data,
Ulrich ordered. But as we tried to proceed through into the control room, we were met with a sealed door that had been fused shut.
Someone really doesn't want to let us in there,
Jacob said as he put down his bag of tools.
But I can get through. Just give me 10 minutes. I suppose we could check out the lab in the meantime. There might be some valuable information in there,
Ulrich said. The two of us entered the lab. It was impressively large, with rows of table and hundreds of vials and equipment neither of us could recognize. There were a few typewriters and what looked like ancient computers, probably only meant to decipher messages. The tables themselves were empty, except for one occupied by a lump hidden under a large plastic cover. Ulrich went to gather documents, while I went to the occupied table. I had to take a few steps back in pure shock as I dragged the sheet away. What lay beneath it was a disfigured being I couldn't even begin to recognize. It was about the size of a human with pale, smooth skin. In place of its head, it only had a hole with numerous long teeth that resembled blades more than chewing components. The only other appendages were 4 thick legs that ended in spiky bones and multiple holes all across its body that resembled gills. But what truly worried me was the multiple gunshot wounds it had suffered, all of which only penetrated an inch deep into its thick skin. The actual cause of death appeared to be a massive hole in its abdomen, but what had caused it, I don't know.
What the hell is this?
I asked. Ulrich turned around, holding on to a bunch of papers. His face lit up with confusion as he saw the horrific creature, but he didn't seem all that surprised.
Listen to this.
He began.
19th of October, 1978. The runners have infiltrated Sector A and B. We've managed to seal off the sections, but it's not going to hold for long. Ballistic projectiles have little effect, seeming only to briefly slow them down. The railgun has proven to eliminate the runners with moderate effect, but with only one still operational, we can't hold them all off. We've retrieved one of their bodies. Preliminary findings show that they're airless creatures. They filter oxygen directly through their multiple gills and have thick skin and unbreakable bones that...
He trailed off.
It just goes on to describe their anatomy, but check this out. They only flee when the Secutor appears. As far as we know, there's only one of them, but it has proven impervious to all weapons. Should it break through the lockdown, we need to evacuate the station.
He finished reading and just stared at me.
What the hell is the Secutor? I don't know, but we...
Before I could finish that sentence, the sounds of fans broke the otherwise silent atmosphere, and with that, our radios lit up.
Hey, it's Benjamin. I got the life support working. Don't take off your masks. It's going to take a few minutes until the air is breathable. All right, meet us in the control room.
Ulrich said. We covered the mangled creature back up and went to meet Jacob, who'd already managed to break through the containment. The control room was a circular area with tons of radio equipment and workstations. The floor was littered with small pieces of what looked like old wood. I bent down to pick one of them up, only to realize they were shattered human bones.
Guys, I think I found what remains of the crew,
I said with a nervous voice.
What the hell?
Jacob chimed in.
We'll be fine. The creatures have to be dead by now. Attach the transmitter to the comms, and let's upload all the data we can get.
Jacob went to work with Ulrich as I guarded the room. I kept thinking back to the creature on the bed. Based on the log, it had already been there for decades. But if that was the case, why hadn't it decomposed? And were there others? What was the Secutor? I took a peek at some of the documents Ulrich had taken with, but a section stood out to me. One on the very last page. 30th of October, 1978. They've broken down our evac systems. The handful of survivors that still remain are trapped. We're trying to send out a distress signal, but the surface isn't responding. The only solution we've found is to flood the station with carbon dioxide. It doesn't kill the creatures, but it seems to put them into an indefinite stasis. Our engineers are already en route to destroy the life support systems. The control room runs on a backup system, so we should be fine until help arrives. Based on the bones on the floor, it seemed like rescue never came. I listened to the fans humming and thought back to the fresh but ancient corpse. Just as I started to put the puzzle pieces together, another call came through the radio.
There's something in here with me. I can hear them in the walls.
Benjamin called out.
What are you talking about?
Ulrich asked back.
As soon as the oxygen rose, I started hearing knocks inside the locked rooms and walls. I thought it was the pipes or something at first, but then they started growling. Wait, what the... Oh God, I see...
A brief scream was heard before the radio cut out, and Benjamin went dark.
Sean, you're coming with me. We gotta help Benjamin.
Ulrich ordered, but before we could even get going, we heard muffled growls coming from within the hall, and some coming from down the hall. Whatever Benjamin had seen, it was coming toward us in mass. Then, a few holes in the wall blew open without damaging the outer hull, and the first of the horrific creatures emerged.
We'll hold them off. Jacob, get those comms working now!
Ulrich yelled.
I'm on it!
Ulrich and I took position in front of the broken-up door and raised our rifles. A dozen creatures came running down the hall, with more emerging. from the holes in the walls. Their gills pulsated as they inhaled the fresh oxygen that was being pumped into the station. Before we could even open fire, the hallway was full of monsters.
Where the hell did they come from?
Ulrich asked.
They were sleeping. The air woke them up. We did this.
I said. We unleashed a hail of bullets, most of which hit the creatures, but some went too far, forming holes in the wall.
He can
Luckily,
hear
the
you.
outer hull was far too thick to be penetrated.
He
Our
is
weapons
going
were
to
significantly
find
more
you.
powerful than those used by the former inhabitants of the station, able to maim the creatures enough to render them harmless.
There's too many of the things.
I yelled over the sound of gunfire.
How much time do you need?
Ulrich asked.
It's already uploading. Let's get the hell out of here.
Jacob yelled. But escaping was easier said than done, and before long we'd been overrun by the creatures. Jacob joined in and emptied a magazine into the horde with little effect. One of them managed to get through and bounced off the wall to pound Ulrich. With a single bite, it ripped the flesh from Ulrich's arm. He let out an agonized yell as he fell to the ground. I walked straight up and put a bullet in what I assumed was its brain, which flung it to the ground. With that, every single creature froze in place. For a brief moment, the entire station had fallen into deafening silence. Then we heard it, a sickening, guttural growl coming from the distant hallways. It sounded almost human, but far too low-pitched, emitting a mixture between agonized pain and anger. Once the echo stopped, each and every one of the pale creatures retreated into the various holes and rooms of the station.
What the hell was that?
Jacob asked.
The secular, I take it.
Ulrich groaned as he tried to stop the bleeding with a makeshift tourniquet.
But let's not stick around to confirm it.
We quickly moved back toward the airlock, planning to destroy the life support system before leaving for good. As we turned the corner, we found long streaks of blood that presumably belonged to Benjamin, alongside a few bullet holes in the wall.
Where'd they all go?
I asked. The station had fallen eerily silent in the wake of the creatures. We stopped for a moment just to get our bearings, when the silence was broken by a sickly crack that vibrated through the air. Though the echo made it hard to locate, it seemed to come from the direction of the airlock. We raised our rifles and proceeded with care. As we turned another corner, we found dozens of the creatures, all dead and torn to shreds. At the end of the hall stood a large humanoid figure with its back turned to us. It was the secular. It held one of the creatures in its unnaturally long arms, which ended in little more than bony knives. Jacob tried to point his rifle in its direction, but I signaled for him to stop. Based on the notes we'd read, bullets wouldn't do a thing. But despite our silence, the creature somehow seemed to sense our presence. It turned around, still holding on to the pale creature. Its face held little more than two massive, black eyes and a poorly formed opening for a mouth. Covering its entire body was clearly visible red veins. It let out another growl as it ripped the runner to shreds before it dropped the pieces of flesh and started rushing in our direction. Jacob raised his rifle for the second time and started firing while Ulrich and I retreated deeper into the station.
Jacob, for God's sakes, run!
But he was frozen in shock, only able to keep his finger firmly pressed on the trigger until the magazine had emptied. By then, the creature had already reached him. It dug its hands into his torso with little effort and raised him into the air. Jacob let out a brief whimper, but had died before he even realized what was happening. Still, his death provided little more than a minute distraction for the creature, giving us almost no time to flee. We weren't going to be able to outrun the secular, and we both knew. As we passed one of the open rooms, Ulrich grabbed onto me with his remaining functioning arm.
Get out of here. Bomb the shit out of this place.
He said before pushing me into the room. With that, he too opened fire, hardly hitting anything other than the wall, but he wasn't aiming to hit the creature, he just wanted to draw its attention.
Run!
Was the last thing he said as he started retreating away from the airlock, luring the creature away from me. I'd been given a chance to escape, but it had come at the cost of Ulrich's life. I only allowed myself a second of hesitation before spurting to the airlock and our escape vessel. I sealed the hatch and tried my best to get the submarine moving with my limited knowledge. I took one final peek through the minuscule window, wondering if Ulrich had already been killed. Then, I left Atlantis alone. The trip back was filled with a silence, only interrupted by the settling hull of the vessel. The mission had been completed, but so many questions still lingered, and I feared answers would be scant. At the surface, I gave my mission report and was paid handsomely as promised. Ulrich, Jacob, and Benjamin all died at the bottom of the ocean, all for a bit of intel that will remain classified until the end of time. I recommended they drop a nuke down there, but a part of me fears that we were never sent down there to retrieve research, but to confirm the existence of these horrific creatures. What they have planned for the future, I don't know, but I fear by delving down to the bottom of the ocean, we've awoken creatures that were never meant to be found. And if they are brought to the surface, that will be the end of life as we know it. The following is a transcription from the audio logs of Dr. Warren T. McCormick. Log number 63748.
Testing. Good. Today's date is August 8th, 1998.
I am attending therapist Dr. Warren T. McCormick. With me is the patient Darren Forrest. The patient has been admitted for 6 days now, with no attempt at speaking or communication of any kind in that time. Patient was found by the Coast Guard in a fishing vessel. No others on board. I will be attempting to diagnose any psychological trauma, as well as any account of what happened aboard the vessel. Darren, can you hear me? Yes? Would you be willing to tell me what happened aboard the ship? Tempest Fate? What happened to her? I'm hoping you can tell me that, Darren. You were found on board the Fate a week ago. None of the other crew have been seen since you left port a month ago. What happened to them? Jesus, they're gone. They're all gone? You couldn't find any of them? I'm afraid not. Do you know where they may have gone? God help them, wherever they went. It was a fate worse than hell. We were out there for about a week when it came up in the net. We figured it was just some accident, had fallen off a ship or something in transit. What is it exactly, Darren? What do you mean? It wasn't still there? Damn thing taunted me for what seemed like an eternity. Just there on the deck, waiting for me. There was nothing there when you were recovered. There was a fucking coffin right in the middle of the main deck. God damn it, how...
I'm going down until 4616 resets. And until I am under 7137.
How could it have not been there? Can you please start from the beginning? I'm afraid I don't understand what you're trying to say. Fuck. Okay. So, we were out for almost a week, I think. Routine run, just like we had done 1,000 times. It was Friday, maybe Thursday? I don't remember exactly. We pulled up the nets and dumped them onto the deck, the usual. This time, though, there was something big in one of the nets. Heard a big thump when it hit and crushed quite a few perfectly good fish. Hank, our first mate, he went over first to look at it. Turns out it was a damn coffin. We did some looking at it and noticed it was sealed up pretty tight. Captain Kern figured it had fallen off a transport boat or something. Maybe someone that died out of the country or something. Hell, maybe it was an old one from back in the day that got lost. Who the hell knows? Well, upon looking at it, we noticed it was...
Take 3623. Oh my goodness, that a Fate reference? No.
sealed up good and tight. Big bunch of heavy chains wrapped around it and a big old lock holding it all together. Rusted and covered in sea grime. Had a bunch of nonsense carved into the top and sides of the wood. Wasn't any kind of language I'd ever seen. Did you open the coffin? God, no. Not then, at least. Me and Hank, we said we should throw it overboard. Captain Kern and Tommy, though, they said we should keep it and bring it into port. See what they wanted to do with it there. So, of course, the captain overruled us all. We tied the thing off on the deck and left it there all night. The dream started when we went to sleep later. It was surreal, like something out of an old pulp novel. I was on the deck and there was a storm moving in. As it got closer and the wind picked up, the rain started. It wasn't raining like normal, though. Fish fell from the sky, rotten, decaying fish. Some of them missing chunks or a head or entire bodies. Then the lightning flashed and there was something huge in the clouds that I could see. What happened to you in this dream? I woke up. There was another flash of lightning and I sat up so fast I about took my head off on the upper bunk. It was still dark out, so I got up and went to grab a drink from the galley. Noticed the door up to the deck was open, so I went to check it out. Captain and Tommy were up there with a pair of bolt cutters trying to open the damn box. I ran up there and asked them what the hell they thought they were doing. Captain just said there were valuables in it. Said he just knew it was something good. Like the coffin was calling out to him to open it or some shit like that. That was about the point the chains snapped from the bolt cutters and Tommy started throwing them all off. He gets all the damn chains off and takes a crowbar to the lid when it still won't open. By then, Hank had heard all the commotion and joined us up top. We were both pretty uneasy, looking at everything going on. This thing was shut tight, so someone obviously didn't want it to be opened for a reason. Turns out it was nailed shut. Big iron nails had been run through the outer perimeter of the lid, keeping it shut tight. Hell, I'm surprised any water was able to get in there. Tommy and Captain finally got it off of there, between the two of them each using a crowbar. Was there anything valuable inside? The patient lets out an audible shudder at this point and seems to tense up, drawing in sharp breaths. Nothing of value. No, just a body. Looked as fresh as the day it died. The thing was, the person in the coffin was standing right beside me on the deck. I'm afraid I don't follow. It was Hank. Hank was in the coffin, dead as a fucking doornail, but he was there. Poor guy. Looked in and immediately spewed his dinner all over the deck. It was so real. There's no way it wasn't Hank, you know? Even though he was standing right beside me. So that was it. After we saw that, we put the lid back on the thing and tied it down. Captain put some straps over the top to keep it closed since the nails weren't going back in. But the damage was done. Hank was in the coffin, and we didn't know what to make of what we had seen. I'm afraid that still doesn't explain the disappearance of your crewmates. Because I ain't got there yet. We all headed over to the galley and sat around the table for a bit, just passing a bottle of whiskey around and trying to rationalize what we had seen. None of us had a better explanation than some shared psychosis. God, if that's what it had been, I wouldn't be here right now. The sun rose red that morning. You familiar with sailor superstition, Doc? I'm not, no. Red sunrise means death is on the horizon. Always a bad sign, no matter what. We should have turned tail and taken our asses back to port right then and there, but Captain was determined to stick to schedule. We go that whole day with barely a damn fish coming up. The nets were practically empty and we were way behind our usual haul. As if all the commotion of the night before hadn't shaken us, though, this was setting us further back. So we decided to call it early, right around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, instead of sunset like we usually do. Everyone meets for an early dinner, then goes off to their separate quarters to sleep. The damn dream started again for me, though. This time it was raining all these damn fish from the sky, and that big thing in the sky seemed even closer. I don't remember much of it, but there was something different in this one. I looked over the deck into the water. All these damn fish were falling from the sky, and out there in the surf were hundreds of bodies, maybe thousands. They were packed in and tight, almost blocking any view of the actual water. God, I still remember their faces. All of them. Men, women, children, all facing upward with this look of pure horror on their faces. Mouths open in the loudest scream I couldn't hear over the storm. The thing that shook me, though, was their eyes. They didn't have any. None of them. Eyes were clawed out, and all that was left were the bloody pits where they once were. You could still see it, though. The wide look and the eyelids pinned open in fear. They died in terror, seeing whatever had taken their vision coming straight for them. I woke up because of the screaming. The wind was howling outside, and the rain was lashing the boat from every direction, but that scream pierced through all of it. I scrambled out of bed and up to the deck without missing a beat. Managed to almost break my ankle going up the stairs while I was at it. Hell, I wish I had. Would have kept me from seeing what happened. Captain and Tommy each had one of Hank's arms, dragging him over to the coffin. There was blood all over the deck too, getting scattered by the rain and sea foam washing over it, but it was there, leaving a crimson hue over the whole boat. When they reached the coffin, Tommy held Hank while Captain undid the straps and pushed the lid off. The thing that was inside wasn't Hank anymore. It was like a mass of ocean grime. I could see shells embedded in parts of it, seaweed and urchins clinging in other parts. The worst thing was that it was blinking. All over the body were eyes, all blinking at different times and darting in every direction. Hank was moaning in front of the coffin while the thing rose up out of it like some old vampire movie. Damn thing looked like it slithered out of there, one fluid motion. Suddenly it was standing right in front of Hank and reaching straight for him. Poor bastard, he tried to scream, but Tommy ran a knife straight across his throat before he could make a sound. The thing from the coffin just put out its hands and just took him. 1 second he was there, and the next he was almost absorbed into it. Then Captain and Tommy just stood there looking at it while it kept looking everywhere. And that was it. Fucking hell. They cut out their own eyes next. Both of them. Pulled out some damn oyster knives they must have taken from the kitchen. Oyster knives are dull as hell, meant for just prying the shells open. They took the knives and they popped their own damn eyes out and gave them to the thing like a fucking offering. Then they just walked straight off the side of the boat into the ocean. I wasn't sticking around there any longer. I ran back to my damn bunk and locked myself in. Had a gun in my footlocker that I pulled out and cradled. God knows if it would do me any good, but if push came to shove, I would rather a bullet than whatever that thing did to Hank. I remember seeing the sun come up through the little porthole in my room. I waited until it was at least noon the next day before I tried to go check. The coffin was still there. The damn thing still out there standing beside it. Just looking in all directions still. I know it saw me. I could feel the eyes follow me as I went back down, as long as it didn't come after me. I stayed in the quarters from then on, only making the occasional run when the sun was at its peak to bring food back with me. I would peek out every once in a while and that thing would still just be standing out there, just staring. Sometimes at night I would hear it whispering, like it was calling to me. Those were the nights I kept the muzzle of the gun pressed to my temple the entire time, telling myself to pull the trigger but pussying out at the last second. It was speaking to me. I couldn't understand the language, but I knew it was sinister. A few times I would look out the porthole of my quarters. It was situated just below the water so I could see fish pass by and the sun filter through the waves. Some nights Tommy and Captain would be out there, looking in at me with their hollow eye sockets.
Look, YouTube reminded me that I should talk about my trauma now. Now, that's what I was referring to at the start of the video, by the way. But simply, that horrible genre of which I have reported a video right now, how happened and it's made by but happens to have started with VP. The P is a thing that you very well know is. Hint, go look up where the mystery song everyone knows that came from. Has the room switched or something? Or is this just the most unlucky server ever? Actually, I'm checking two different layouts. This server is actually cursed or something. I internally just want to throw my keyboard at whatever is going on with my luck. If my luck continues this way, it's probably just gonna be easier at some point to just get faint by going to -1,000. I actually think I'm doing something wrong. Hold on, has there been an update? No. That it is still on the same layout and I am just horribly unlucky. I'm actually switching the set of nightmares I am going to, just in case that makes a difference. Because I genuinely cannot deal with this. This game is just trolling.
It's a big smile on their faces. They were waterlogged and decaying already, skin waxing and peeling from their bones. Captain tried to scratch the glass one night and I saw his fingernails break right off. I covered the window after that. Everything after that is a blur. I remember the Coast Guard coming into the boat and shouting for me. I thought it was just that damned thing playing a trick to get me out. I wasn't having it. It wasn't until they busted in the door and wrestled the gun away from me that I finally let go. I don't think I had slept in days. Doc, you said they didn't find the coffin when they got me. And that is correct? God knows what we did setting that damn thing loose. I hope I don't have to see it. This ends the interview.
My professional opinion is that the patient believes the story he is telling. He is highly delusional, still speaking of continued dreams and a coming great flood that he saw in his dreams. I recommend intensive therapy as well as institutionalization until rehabilitated. This is the end of this tape. There's still boxes of these damn things to go through. I'll update when I find anything else good.
You're 240 feet underwater, floating in darkness by the entrance to a deep cave. Before it stands a sign with large block letters and a simple warning: stop, prevent your death, go no further. Though eerie, you're an experienced individual with a license as an advanced open water diver with several trips within caves. You proceed, ready to map out, thus far, unexplored regions. Only a trimix tank and a mouthpiece keeping you from an unpleasant demise. Proceeding within, you are shocked by the overwhelming darkness. You turn on your flashlight, which gives you a good view of the clear waters, but it also creates a bizarre sense of being trapped within the narrow passages.
I remember somebody saying that they would put a note somewhere in here. So now I'm checking everywhere. Just to make sure I don't miss a note. All I know is that if I find something, it's re-evaluation of that is the best place to. It said it was at 111, but it's nowhere in here. There is nothing. Anyway, yeah, 7114 still isn't actually loaded. But we were right, I knew the 7111 was inappropriate and so forth, really good. I literally do not know what is going on. I genuinely feel like my luck is cursed or something. This is my, I think, 7th time of not seeing anything in that godforsaken world.
Be quiet.
I'm going back to the regular set. I literally do not know what's going on anymore. I just want my door. single combination of 5 letters there. I think 9 or so million. No, they're actually up. Or in other words, I'm not finding the government. Being gated on these floors, knowing that if you manage to survive the next nightmare floors, you are basically there. It would have to be the most panic-inducing thing ever, knowing that you're so close but you still have a chance to fail at any second. Once you enter those final sets. And for me, it's just plain annoying. See? I have gotten Nightmare Guy there twice. What is this? Guys, there's just another tentacle monster there to make sure I understood that I'm a loser. Going to the top and then to the bottom again. I actually cannot stand this. Like actual bullcrap. I'm going to the first middle floor in case that fixes something. Even if 7146 is open, 7142 definitely isn't. At this point, I can just make a video off of my misfortune. Not even surprised. Just disappointed. Womp womp.
A line has been attached by the entrance, serving as a passive guide into the network before you. The plan is to extend deeper into the network of caves, but should you lose it, there is no calling for help, no turning back, no hope. You'll get trapped, panic, and inevitably drown. Despite this, you keep moving, deeper and deeper into the darkness. You eventually reach the end of the marked path, not even noticing the slight decline leading even further into the depths of the ocean. After 30 minutes in the cave, you check your residual pressure gauge, estimating the time you have left before surfacing becomes an absolute necessity. Within your tri-mix tank and a reserve, you have just over 2 hours underwater. 1/3 was reserved for the journey downwards into the cave, which happened so far without incident, leaving a generous margin of error. The second third is being spared for the upward trip, with a last third saved as a reserve. Then, you glance at your dive computer, which lets you know that the depth has increased to almost 300 feet. Surprised, but not worried, you attach another point of the line, ensuring an easy trek back to the surface. Below you lie a ground void of all life, just fine dirt and sand dragged in by the current. But while fishing up the line attachment,
I have been hunting
your
for
tool
nightmare
slips,
floors for
sinking down
30
towards the sand.
minutes.
You react instinctively, pushing towards the bottom just a tad harder than intended. Though you're still in control, your sudden movement dislodges the dirt from the ground, causing a sudden silt out. Left blind, your heart starts to race and your respiration rate quickens. Adrenaline is the culprit, but you need to get it under control, lest the air in your tank run out prematurely. Falling back on your training, you know you just need to find the line and pull yourself back to clear waters. You reach out your hand, knowing you left the line right above you, but there's nothing there to grab onto. The horrific realization does nothing but deepen your panic.
Quiet.
You push upwards, frantically searching for your only rescue, but the network of caves is far more complex than you first anticipated. You end up swimming further and further away from the exit, away from the one guide you had. Minutes pass, ticking down with the pressure gauge, counting away the oxygen left in your tank. By some miracle, you manage to escape the silt cloud. You can finally see, and just for a moment, you start to calm down. That is, until you realize that you haven't the faintest idea where you are. You peer down to notice you only have 1/3 of your oxygen left, the last third you so desperately need for the ascent. Being nowhere near the exit, surviving has become a statistical impossibility. Though you're technically still alive, your death has been marked.
Finally, after like 11 attempts, oh my goodness, I got the most screwed up luck ever. Oops. And as a final cherry on top, the portal is gonna be broken. Haha! I need to eat a shot bullet or something because this game actually hates me. In all seriousness, why? Just why? Why was I made to suffer so long? There's no knife button. I'll just go down and see if everything goes well. Take off. What? $98? Something weird is definitely going on, but I am not sure what. I just hope nothing else dumb will happen. What is going on? Whatever, I'll just try every single letter with that. I think this we can also I sort of got if one of these ones is actually a decal. Panic room. Yes, I can count. Wait a minute. Is it possible that that note had some glitch on the letters? Okay, it's possible there are some spaces in this. Yep, it doesn't make any sense just now. What letters do I need to remember as possibilities? Okay, so check Adhiotv. What seems to be the most likely for me is just that the user happened to put a ton of spaces in this. That's arbitrarily unsetting the character count and making it possible for this to happen. That or just a straight up error happened.
Marked as a fixed point in history. It's only a matter of time before your air runs out and you drown, cold and alone in the depths of the ocean. These are the harrowing experiences turning many a diver away from the dangers of the deep waters, and the few lucky enough to survive such an incident would most certainly swear to never set foot in the ocean again. But among those, a select few react with the exact opposite response, gaining a profound attraction to the concept of diving, needing to prove themselves against all odds. After surviving one of these cave incidents years prior, my soul was bound to the depths. In response, I took up rescue diving, swearing on my own grave to protect others from suffering the same horrific.
Myself out. I think I can see the floor.
Fate. Hey mate, ocean's that way, David pointed out as we headed in the direction of Darwell Woods.
Yeah? Well, I'm just a pilot. Take it up with the team leader.
The man shot back.
Hold on, take a break for a bit.
back, barely audible over the sound of the helicopter rotor whirring above us. Below were endless fields of green, with a dense forest just beginning to appear on the horizon, a spectacle to be witnessed from such a height, but in spite of its beauty, I longed for the dark depths below. David turned to the rest of us, lowering his voice in annoyance.
Is he serious? Did he see us bored with diving gear? What does he think we're doing?
There's water in the woods too, David. If the kid is drowned, it's up to us to retrieve the body.
If the kid has drowned...
Oh, I remember this song.
It's no longer an emergency.
Andrew chimed in. Though callous, the man had a point. We'd been scooped up as an emergency response team, hearing the news of a young boy that had gone missing in the center of Darwell, presumably trapped underwater. Though details were scant, I too wondered why we were heading for the woods. It was an area I knew intimately through many excursions over the years, which is why I knew the place had no large bodies of water, lakes nor rivers.
What do you think, Rick?
Maya asked, pulling me out of my deep contemplation.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out where we're supposed to dive, and how deep the place could possibly be to warrant a dive team.
There aren't any lakes in Darwell Woods,
Andrew explained confidently.
Lived around these parts all my life. Never seen a damn lake. We're going somewhere else.
He'd caught our attention, because though we'd explicitly been recruited for a rescue dive in an area with no oceans nor lakes, Andrew didn't seem all that surprised.
Oh, man of old age and great wisdom, please share with us your nuggets of information.
Andrew, being his usual self, didn't even acknowledge Maya's quip. He just looked at each of us, as if asking a wordless question uttered only in silence.
We're not just recreational divers. Hell, we're not even open water divers. We are cave divers.
He then turned to me with a half smile on his face.
Or what do you think, boss?
Though the thought had crossed my mind, it wasn't an idea that sat easy with me. A hidden cave in the forest might have gotten waterlogged during one of the many recent storms, but the aspect of an unexpectedly drowned cave came with many unforeseen risks, such as strong currents, mudslides, and cave-ins. And while I had no trepidation swimming around underwater caves, one caused by flash floods sent shivers down my spine. We'd been flying for an hour before we reached Darwell Woods, gliding through the air at a low altitude, heading for a set of given coordinates in the dead center of the forest. I started to wonder how we could possibly land in such dense vegetation, but as we neared our destination, a large opening I'd never seen before revealed itself, one practically designed for aerial rescues. Small figures started to appear amid the trees, wearing bright, reflective vests. A couple of them came running out into the clearing, waving at us to put the helicopter down. After a rough landing, we were met with half a dozen rescue workers. We stepped out with our tanks of various gas mixtures, wetsuits, and masks, met with almost relief by the crew greeting us.
Who's in charge here?
The crew turned to a scruff-looking, middle-aged man who promptly introduced himself as Graham. He shook my hand and thanked us for coming, before gesturing for us to follow him towards the objective, situated half a mile within the forest. Luckily, the team helped us with the transportation of our heavy equipment, allowing us to gather strength for the mission. Once we started walking, Graham finally started to shed some light on the situation.
We were called 2 days ago after a 10-year-old kid went missing while camping in the woods with his parents, leaving no trace behind. His parents had no choice but to seek help. But with no signal reaching this far,
What does that click? Okay,
Jestem na górze! Jak wrócimy z Wrocławia? Dobrze, zaraz przyjdę. Poczekaj, to zbroję ci... Dobrze. Okej, już powiedziałem ci, że tam. Tylko za chwilkę. Nic jeszcze ciężko.
I też to. Coś tam.
Nie, bardzo proszę, żeby uczyć się przez pilnuję teraz, żeby się nie rozpoczął. No to wiecie, no ja nic nie robię. Prosił, żeby nic nie robić, żeby mógł siedzieć.
Trzeba ruszać, żeby postać się nie
No to
wyłączyła.
poruszaj.
Ale że ruszać klawiszami.
Nie wystarczy cokolwiek. To ruszyć.
Kiedy nie ma.
Jak zejdę na dół,
Kiedy będziesz?
jak Bartek przyjdzie.
Dlaczego?
No jak Bartek przyjdzie, przecież to będzie za parę minut.
Jeśli tego moda.
Be quiet.
Albo robić klatę. Co robić? Uczyć mnie robić teksturpaka, czy klat? Czy robić moda? Mod jest krótszy. Nie wiem, że taki jest. Widziałem, że budować automatycznie bardzo ładny dom. No, ale oczywiście na górę
Mieszko nauczyć się robić teksturpaka, ale to potrzeba bardzo dużo czasu. Parę godzin. No nie wiem, 20? Jeśli teraz zacznę to robić, to ci zabiorę komputer i ci go oddam dopiero wieczorem. Więc musisz na razie poczekać. A jak...
Dlaczego ty
To jest słabe.
mogę wyciągnąć? A tu już jakoś nie ma. A kupisz takiego samego miałem tam się
No, jak będę w sklepie, no... Czasem dziwne rzeczy. Chcesz na przykład... Miłość, wiesz co? Przyjdź. Ale w czym ci nie pomaga? W tym zrobieniu tego teksturpaka, tak? No okej, to ja ci pomogę. To jest bardzo skomplikowane.
To do piętra. To i też nie za bardzo. Nie ufam wam. Wystarczająco wiele na to. Then I've been gone. Locking the door. They have clearly tried something again. Actually, are they trying to do something now? That's all? That's all? Okay, so I'm going to be after this.
Far into the wilderness, his dad decided to sprint the entire distance until finally coming upon a small town where he borrowed a landline to call us. By then, of course, nightfall had arrived, making the search almost impossible. Having no luck recovering the kid's tracks, we figured he'd been snatched up by some predator or fallen off a cliff. It wasn't until the break of dawn that we realized how close to camp he actually had been.
Once we'd reached the rescue site, we were met by 24 rescue workers and evacuation equipment. A pile of dirt stood in the center, left behind as they...
Quiet.
I'm a fan of Flamingo. All Flamingo fans allowed past this point. Uh-oh, Stinky. This wasn't colonized by the British. Oh, so that's an original furry. Isn't it me? Furries must be existent. And the furries are pretty smart and we should keep them all alive. Got it! You made yourself a fur. You even made yourself a fur because one of the girls next to you was literally an original anti-fur, and the opposite of that is original fur. Ha ha. didn't think of consequences. No. Or maybe he was indeed a furry.
Been digging down for something I could only assume was a thus far undiscovered cave.
Turns out, the ground around these parts is riddled with underwater rivers, creating a massive network of waterlogged caves, one of which the kid accidentally stepped into through a 2-foot wide hole hidden beneath some shrubs. A hole just large enough for a skinny kid to slip into, but too small for a grown adult. Now we've been working on expanding the hole for our team to go down and extract the boy, but...
That's all very unfortunate, but where do we come in? David asked impatiently. He came across rude, but I could tell he was just nervous about the aspect of diving into waterlogged caves created by strong currents. It wasn't a situation we stepped into lightly. Graham stopped dead in his tracks, annoyed by the interruption.
If you'd let me finish,
he almost demanded. David looked at me for confirmation. I just gave him a gentle nod. It was a polite gesture to make him shut up, and command he diligently followed.
To better assess the area we were about to enter, and to get proof of life, we sent down a camera attached to a rope. The hole extends 27 feet below ground in a narrow tunnel, before opening up into a massive chamber, which extended another 50 feet down into a large pool of water, which depths we're unsure of.
And the boy?
He survived the fall, and had even managed to swim to a small plateau along one of the cave walls. He's been sitting there for more than a day, waiting for a rescue.
Graham went on, but didn't seem relieved by the statement. You're not happy about finding him alive?
Well, we were ecstatic, but that deep down we had no means of communicating with him effectively. And expanding the hole to be large enough for an adult to descend through would take hours. So, we pulled the camera back up and packed up a survival kit with water, food, heating blankets, and the like. We left him alone down there for another hour and a half while preparing it all, before sending it back down alongside the camera and a walkie.
And? I kept pushing, noticing a prominent feeling of unease in his voice.
The boy was gone.
Gone? Gone where?
We don't know. The water levels hadn't risen, and there were no other visible ledges to hold on to. It was as if he'd entered the water again just to drown. All he'd left behind was the backpack he'd worn during the fall.
Before Graham continued, he was approached by one of the rescue workers, who announced that the expansion had been completed. The hole now stretched 4 feet wide, more than enough for us to descend with diving equipment, but the hope of finding the boy alive was all but lost. Graham, when did you last see the boy?
4 hours ago. That's when we requested the rescue divers.
Pardon my bluntness, but what makes you think we can save him at this stage? He paused, scratching his head in uncertainty of what he was about to say next.
The ground below is highly porous, as I said, and we suspect there are several other chambers connected by a network of caves. Our main theory...
I think I was actually correct. Yep, that's me correcting some dumb person, who didn't understand just how horrible it was. Imagine if there was some. Imagine if there was some. I imagine if they went to like 15k, and so to know that every single floor plan was actually a new floor. Welcome.
Hey everyone, I hope you're having a good day. So, a little update on things I'm working on right now. I'm almost done with Baraska, as well as this other story that I was hoping to post today about a town that has various paranormal things going on, and there's these kids that are kind of cataloging everything that's happening. I'm having some delays with that story also, so in addition to that, I have like 2 other ones that I've started working on. But yeah, I'm excited to get these ones done, but I'm not rushing them. I'm just, working on them at my own pace, and they'll be up when they're done. Also, I've been working on some SCP stories. I know that I used to do SCP videos quite a while ago. I think like 4 years is the last time I posted an SCP video, and I want to start doing them again. But I'm gravitating more towards reading SCP stories as opposed to just the individual archive listings. But I think that'll be really fun, and I'm excited for those to go up when they're done. But in the meantime, I thought it'd be fun to post another collection of stories for you all. And in the last one, for those of you who didn't see my comments, my favorite story in that collection of stories was Notes in the Dark. That's actually one of my favorite stories just that I've ever posted. So for this one, I'm really curious to see if you can all guess which one's my favorite, because this one's a little more obscure. And yeah, I hope you all have a great weekend. I'll be in the comments like I normally am, and have a good day. I received a letter today, but not through the mail. The envelope was left for me personally. This is what it said. We've met briefly. I feel compelled to write this to explain myself. I'm only an E3 private first class, so I had no idea why I was spared the axe. I was basically a foot grunt in the Ohio Emergency Management Agency. The EMA handles prevention, preparation, and response for everything from weather crisis to terrorist attacks. My particular department within the EMA is a bit less publicized, but as you know, it's supposed to handle anything outside the bounds of normal. The problem is, I'm the only one who still works here. I didn't even have a desk. I spent most of my time driving from place to place and setting up equipment. We always did this in groups of 4 due to the unknown dangers. When the firings began, all I saw was our office building becoming emptier day by day. We started having to drive out to small towns across Ohio in groups of 3, and then pairs. My partner that last day found transfer orders left for him on the secretary's front desk. He took the orders, grunted, and headed out, while I was left to wander our darkened building in confusion. The computers were all still there, but locked. Our equipment and gear remained. Fortunately, I had a key to the storage rooms, but there was not a single officer, secretary, or grunt to be found. I figured it was only a matter of time until the new administration sent down transfer orders for me too, and I just had to wait. I actually stood the entire next day, right there in the front area. I stood by the secretary's desk and waited. At any moment, an officer might come by with my orders, and it would not have been good for him to see me slacking off. At times, phones would ring in the back, but those offices were dark. Once the clock hit 5, I waited another few minutes, but nobody came. The next morning, my legs ached, so I said screw it and took a seat there in the lobby. For hours, I sat staring at the clock and ignoring the calls echoing from the darkness. At some point, I picked up a magazine. The next day was Friday. The orders had to come then, right? Nope. I stretched out along the chairs and went to sleep. If an officer wanted to bust my ass for that, I was beyond giving a shit anymore. By then, 10 phones were ringing constantly in the dark. Saturday, I drank. Sunday, I drank. Come Monday, I sifted through the mail that had been delivered through the wall slot looking for my transfer orders. Nothing by then. All 15 phones in the back offices were ringing constantly. Hungover as I was, I got pissed. I was a loyal soldier that always tried to follow orders, but how much was a man expected to take? I stomped back to the farthest office and picked up the phone. Jesus, what? The only response on the other end was a little girl crying. That moment, everything changed. I just assumed it was more government bullshit. I had no idea I'd been listening to cries for help for days and not answering. The rest of the EMA always transferred all abnormal calls to us, which meant they'd been transferring people to answering machines all week. To that little girl, I remember saying with more compassion than I ever thought I had in me, "What's wrong?" And she said,
"Mom and Dad aren't right."
Deschler, Ohio. I'd never heard of it. After a few half-answered questions and some Google mapping, I told her, "I'll be there in 2 hours." That was the first time I went out alone. It was against all our training, but I had no other option. I couldn't depend on civilians from other departments, and asking anyone outside the EMA would get me thrown in prison, or worse, for violating secrecy. I geared up as quickly as I could, throwing on every piece of gear I guessed I might possibly need, and throwing even more in the Humvee. It was lucky I
Actually, I have an idea for what a horror story might look like. It's kind of similar to a story. I actually got the idea of a story on r/rules horror while I was watching someone talk about that. It's unfortunately a subreddit which is kind of good, but there are still some things missing. Like, why do the rules exist? Yeah, I kind of got an idea on what a good version of that type of story would be. It starts off very, very similar to a in fact, I literally got the idea of a different chat room story. In this case, my current idea for the story is like dark web. It is a dark web chat room that was made as basically Omegle, but in such a way that also can connect to some paranormal stuff. and there are some rules that you are expected to follow, as well as descriptions from the owners of the website on why these rules even exist. So there's no just if you see this type of paranormal thing, you better do this and this. It's if you see this type of paranormal thing talking to you do these specific things because of this, as well as some just as general talking about why they even made this site, roughly how they made it as someone on the back end who he worked on the video chatting and stuff. Someone else, another one of their friends actually does supernatural stuff, and also an extra final twist. I actually have the idea for the twist. That being that like, oh yeah, this kind of an unholy thing, since you're talking to ghosts, witches, that type of stuff. So like if you see anything holy, press Alt F4 and run as far as you can. As well as some rough description of what Adyhb hockey sticks is like. That's where, because something like that happened to one of the people working on this. They got a defibrillator in time to help them, but yeah, also a vision of the afterlife. For an extra bonus gut punch of, oh yeah, if you see anything holy, run, or else you'll suffer. Actually no, I think it would be better to not even tell you why. Simply saying that one of the workers who I am not had apparently met an archangel or something who was following him around. No one else could see it, no one else could touch it, and it also told him the exact moment when he was going to die. He said it, he had a heart attack at that moment, and then he just broke down, screaming, because he had quote unquote saw what Adyhb hockey sticks was, and that he has been really mentally unstable since, diagnosed with severe PTSD and schizophrenia. Just from the fact that he had been in Adyhb hockey sticks. And that he literally does not want to talk about it because, trauma. As someone with trauma from a garbage corn, I'm totally talking about the vegetable and nothing else. Too. Oh, thanks for the info. Anyway, I was genuinely scared to talk, maybe that no one would like to listen to me, that they would all just bully me, shun me, dox me, maybe force me to run, and if I ever tried to speak up. That's how trauma feels. You feel like you have a reason to never ever talk about your trauma again. the main character, the character who actually had to suffer through it, is probably just scared that he will suffer even more horribly. And also an extra addition that he has stopped working on the project ever since, to quote unquote not end up in that place again. And telling everyone that they should stop working on it. You know, general panic and scaredness and just generally one of the people working there says that they are also scared on what this man must have saw in order to be deathly afraid, and to be so deathly afraid of even continuing on it. Of the main character also trying to comfort him as best they can. With maybe something like yeah, even though he seems to be better, I still will try to comfort him. I've heard that sometimes people just don't want to talk about it. Even he doesn't. It's possible that he's just pretending that he's feeling much better now. I can't save my friend. If that's the case, I can't leave my friend like that. Yep, that's a major accident. Well, that could easily be deadly. Anyway, just some paranormal chat website. With also some incidents of like, oh yeah, by the way, if you don't what we say, this bad thing will happen to you, and we have proof. That being that we saw it, and we're kind of the moderators of this chat. Currently, my best idea is just generally be nice to every single person, no matter if they're a human, a witch, a ghost, or anything. And also, actually, I think that would be better to start off with like, welcome to name of website .tor or whatever the name of stuff on it, or whatever the dark web connections are. By the way, the difference between dark web and deep web is that the dark web is just on the Tor service, and the deep web is anything that you can't get to with a search engine. So like I don't know, a specific image of Facebook something, even a specific page, even page 2 of Roblox badges. Yeah, those are parts of the deep web. Anyway, yeah, this is something on the dark web, and its general name, a address, service and everything with a different, actually not, it has its own name in service, so that'd be as being a dumb pun, like super chat, because you know it's supernatural, but chat, something like that. The dumb pun is just because why not? Maybe actually no, what super chatterel is just my current placeholder name for what I will call it. And yeah, I also know how the start of the section would be, of this whole story would be. Like, warning! Before going to super chat roll, you should, before signing up for, never mind, super chat roll is a pretty bad placeholder. So I'll just call it placeholder.com. Oh, because you know, placeholder. Because it's a placeholder. I don't know what to call it right now, okay? I'm doing fate floors, not naming in conventions. Anyway, yeah, this start of it is basically like, welcome to placeholder.com. Please read these rules for your own safety, as we would not like it if any of our customers had died while using our service. 1. Be nice to everyone, and there's only one exception, and it's at the very end. If someone tells you that you can behave however you want, just tell them that just leave the chat. They're probably trying to manipulate you into being safer and then attacking you, because unfortunately many supernatural things are not nice. Actually, no, that would be part 1. Things you should always, unless we specifically write that you shouldn't do. And being nice is like the first thing. As well as some stuff like, don't tell anyone where you are, or where you live. Oh look, notes in one phone. Okay, so don't tell anyone where you live, if any other personal information, and not even your name, because that might be used to track you down and end your life. If someone asks for this, report them and change the chat. Free. Always make sure that you only chat on video with them once you make sure that they aren't a doppelganger or any other type of shapeshifter. Because a video chat or a photograph plus some audio chat could end up with your identity being stolen. And you were dead once again. general or typical things about doppelgangers. A. Voice tends to change a lot. But as unsurprising as well, they are usually turning into something else, and that other body, since the real them, is generally unstable, which means that their voice will be a lot more chaotic and unstable than normal. If you see anything like dramatic pitch shifts or accent changing, that is a sign of a doppelganger. No, do not show them anything. Actually, no. How to identify on if you are talking of something paranormal, and what that thing might be, will also be a part. Will be a separate part of it. So just do not share any images. Do not video chat, send images or audio chat with doppelgangers. Also, for identifying doppelgangers, it says that the best way to do is generally just to make yourself repeat the same phrase 20 times while both you are recording. So make sure that the difference between the voices is not weird. Wait, why have I skipped between sections? Whatever. I can imagine that's trying to run a site where one of the main where you can chat with a group, which is like 70% and very nasty, would probably be very hard. Anyway, whatever. I don't have any more ideas. I'm not the best finger.
Brought the flamethrower because I had to burn down a living church made of organs and bone. Then I had to burn a pile of flesh the parents of Deschler were making with their own cut-off limbs. Then I had to burn some of the parents too. But that finally broke the control of the demonic flesh church, and that little girl got her parents back, minus one arm. When that was done, and I got back to the office a little after lunchtime, I said the ultimate screw it and turned on all the lights in the building. After I found the central map of Ohio, in what had been the operations area, I pulled all the phones out on long cords and sat them on the table next to the coffee maker. I was not authorized to answer the phones, but who's going to bust me? Vinton, Ohio. A creek had turned into literal blood. I pushed a green pin into the map. Non-threatening as long as you use water filters. Sabina, Ohio. The forest was dying around a strange cave.
Actually, I have heard these stories before. I will jump to
Those assholes got what was coming to them, and I even took some satisfaction from their deaths. Nevertheless, after all these years and all the murders, they tend to blend into one. A montage of bloody carnage that's become a nightmarish blur in my memory. I tend to remember the details rather than the names and faces. I see those quaking bodies standing or kneeling at the pit's edge, often blindfolded with their hands bound behind their backs. Many will plead or beg for their lives, but it makes no difference. We couldn't let them go even if we wanted to. Sometimes we'll put them out of their misery before they fall, cutting their throat or putting a bullet in the back of their head. But more often than not, we'll shove them down into the pit while they're still alive and breathing. Our benefactor prefers his victims that way. The pit isn't as deep as it looks from above, and so usually the victim will survive their fall, although they'll likely break both legs in the process. My partner and I will stand above, looking down into the darkness. watching on as the injured victim squeals out in agony and crawls through the dirt, bones, and shit which covers the bottom of the stinking pit. Next, we'll hear the almighty roar reverberating throughout the connected tunnels and the sound of something huge tearing its way through. No matter how many times I hear that awful roar, I'll never get used to it. It's difficult for me to imagine the victim's terror in that moment as the beast charges towards them in the darkness. They'll have come expecting to die, but few could have imagined such a horrific final fate. The attack is usually over fairly quickly, a violent blur of viscera, the victim having never stood a chance. As I walk away from the bloodied scene, I feel some satisfaction that the ritual has been completed, and our criminal fraternity will enjoy continued good fortune and victories until the next sacrifice is due. No doubt you're confused and more than a little bit troubled at this point, so let me start at the beginning. I grew up on the wrong side of the tracks, so to speak. Born and raised in one of the poorest and most crime-ridden districts in a city of sin. My father wasn't around, and my mother was an addict, so, in the absence of any adult supervision or positive role models, I was raised by the streets, learning to live by my wits and my fists. By my early teens, I'd built up a reputation as being a tough kid in the neighborhood. But I also had street smarts and was always able to make a quick
Gram w
buck.
piętra i to w
I
tą części
operated
nie
as a
można
cat
iść
burglar,
siku.
breaking into homes and such, before I graduated to armed robbery. The cops never caught me, but my criminal exploits did gain the attention of the local mafia family. I made the potentially lethal mistake of robbing a liquor store that was paying protection to the mob. The local wise guys weren't happy with me, but my case came to the attention of a rising star in the family
To jest
called
lista,
Carl
nigdy
Guzman.
pójdę na obiad.
Carl was still in his early 20s back then, but he already was notorious, his name known throughout the city's criminal underworld. He carried out his first hit in his teens and was regarded as one of the most ruthless and efficient assassins in the city. Carl's boss was an up-and-coming gangster called Angelo, a one-time low-level trickster and con man who had risen through the ranks due to a combination of skill, ruthlessness, and sheer force of will. With Carl as his right-hand man, Angelo would ultimately eliminate all of his gangland rivals and escape any legal attention to become the most powerful gangster in the city, ruling a vast criminal empire incorporating drugs, prostitution, illegal gambling, loan sharking, protection rackets, hits for hire, and just about everything in between. But all that lay in the future. Back then, I knew little about Angelo and Carl other than their reputations for violence. Now, I was a tough kid, but when I got called up in front of Carl Guzman for my indiscretions, I'll admit I almost shit my pants. I'll never forget that fateful night when I was driven out to an abandoned parking lot close to the docks and brought in front of Carl. He was a handsome and charismatic man, immaculately turned out in an Armani suit, his dark hair slicked back and short beard perfectly groomed. I remember his dark eyes looking down upon me, intelligent, but also predatory eyes. Carl was charming, but there was also a sinister undertone behind his words, creating the impression that he'd slit your throat without giving it a second thought. I was scared out of my mind that night, as I reckoned he would kill me right then and there. But, of course, he didn't. Despite my bad behavior, Carl was impressed with my criminal aptitude and the stories he'd heard about me around the neighborhood. Therefore, he gave me two choices that evening. Either I could accept my punishment for the robbery, which would mean a savage beating with baseball bats, breaking my arms and legs in the process, or I could join the family business and become Carl's new apprentice. Needless to say, it was an easy decision for me. It was only 2 months later when I accompanied Carl on my first kidnapping murder. This was a watershed moment for me, a real crossing the Rubicon situation. On that night, I sold my soul, and I do mean that in the literal rather than metaphorical sense. On that night of the abduction, I was drinking in O'Reilly's, a tough-as-nails bar on the city's south side, run by an ex-gangster who didn't ask too many questions of his patrons. I'd just downed my second whiskey when Carl walked in. His eyes quickly scanned the bar interior as he sought me out. I could tell from the look on his face that he meant business, and this was no social call. I had a lump in my throat as I welcomed him. Hey boss, what's up? He nodded his head solemnly, with intense eyes narrowing as he replied,
Finish your drink. We're working tonight.
I knew from his whole demeanor and the tone of his voice that tonight's job was going to be more than your average hijacking or punishment beating. I realized right then and there that Carl wanted me to make my bones, to complete my first kill. I'd done a lot of bad shit up to that point in my life, but I was yet to take a life. The prospects of committing a murder didn't exactly fill me with glee. I was never one of those psychopaths who gets off on it. Nevertheless, I knew I needed to make my bones in order to rise in the family, and so I was prepared to do so, but I had no clue what lay before me. We drove to the location on the outskirts of town in a stolen car, Carl taking the wheel while
I died on this floor once because of me messing around.
I rode shotgun. I carried a snub-nosed
To ask for a
revolver.
pro like me!
Not much use for an extended gunfight, but handy for a close-range execution. Not a word was spoken during the 20-minute journey. Carl remained entirely silent and focused on the road. While I knew better than to ask questions, Carl would tell me what I needed to do when the time was right. We stopped at an abandoned warehouse in a desolate industrial estate just outside of the city limits. It was a location I'd never visited before, but one which conjured up images of gangland executions and buried bodies. Carl drove up onto a piece of wasteland, parking in the mud and waiting with the engine still running and the car's headlights illuminating the darkened scene. We sat there in the tension-filled silence until finally I couldn't take the suspense any longer. What the hell is this place, Carl? I nervously inquired.
Angelo owns the land in the warehouse. It's his place.
Carl answered dismissively. I nodded my head, knowing that he hadn't really answered my question. I decided to push for more information. Why are we waiting here, boss? I thought we had a job to do.
This is the fucking job!
Carl shouted back angrily.
Now shut your damn mouth and stay calm. You'll find out the truth soon enough.
I didn't quite know what to make of his cryptic words, but I knew better than to ask any more questions. In any event, it wasn't long before I got my answers. A few minutes later, a second vehicle came into view, slowly plowing through the muddy wasteland and pulling up to park about 20 yards from our car. Carl looked on cautiously as the doors of the dark sedan swung open and two tall and bulky men stepped out, a pair of gangland enforcers dressed in cheap suits, both armed with 9mm pistols tucked into their waistbands. I didn't recognize the men, but Carl clearly did, as he opened the car door and stepped out, advancing across the dead ground as he went to meet the newcomers. One of the gangsters, a dark-skinned, bald-headed man, stepped forward and spoke. He apologized for being late, saying that there was traffic on the freeway.
You got the package?
Carl interjected abruptly. He confirmed that they were and pointed to the trunk.
Get him out.
A moment later, I was watching the two gangsters manhandling their victim, dragging him out of the trunk before frog-marching him across the wasteland. Their prisoner was dressed in a soiled tracksuit, his hands tied in front of him with a black bag over his head, obscuring his vision. He was an average-sized man, but dwarfed by the pair of hefty enforcers who held him. I noted how he hardly resisted his captors, apparently utterly defeated and submissive in his demeanor. Carl walked up to the hooded man, standing only inches from his face as he inspected the victim with a discerning eye.
Take that damn hood off his head,
Carl instructed.
It doesn't matter if he sees our faces now.
One of the men obliged, removing the hood from his victim's head. The face underneath was a sorry one. His nose was broken and his face covered in dried blood. His eyes were bloodshot and tired. Surprisingly, he didn't seem scared or in a state of panic. Instead, the victim appeared beaten and resigned to his fate. He adjusted his eyes to the glare of the headlights and looked up at my companion. To my surprise, it turned out they knew each other.
Guzman, is that you?
He muttered through trembling lips.
Yeah, it's me, buddy. Sorry we have to meet like this.
Carl replied coolly. The condemned man surprised me again by shrugging his shoulders dismissively.
I fucked up.
He replied simply.
Yeah, you did.
Is there any way out of here for me? Any chance of a pass?
Carl shook his head in the negative.
You can't do it, old buddy. You know what happens when you steal from Angelo. There's no way back.
What about my body?
The man interjected, "Could you get it back to my family so they can give me a proper burial?"
Can't do that either, man.
Carl replied, with a hint of guilt now evident in his voice.
It's out of my hands. You know that. But we'll get word to your people. Let them know you're not coming home.
I saw the condemned man's face contort and tears well up in his eyes. He took a deep breath before saying, "Fuck it. Let's get it over with." Carl took hold of the bound man, dismissing the two thugs while doing so. We watched as they drove off, and then Carl directed us towards the waiting warehouse as we led our victim on a solemn death march. It's fair to say I was feeling pretty disturbed at this point. In the years which followed, I became hardened to death and violence, and how the man meekly accepted his fate, this almost made things worse. I knew Carl was watching me closely and evaluating my performance. My whole future in the criminal underworld hinged on how I carried myself over the next few minutes, and I was determined not to mess it up. Carl made me hold the condemned man while he unlocked the door, leading us inside of the warehouse. The interior of the building was almost entirely bare, albeit illuminated by a portable lamp linked up to a generator. In the middle of the concrete floor was a gaping, open hole in the ground, about 20 by 20 meters across. I was puzzled and more than a little concerned. Initially, I assumed the pit was some sort of mass grave. That would have been bad enough, but the truth was far worse. We dragged our victim forwards, right to the edge of the pit. I remember his whole body was shaking uncontrollably, and he couldn't stand without support. The stench by the pit was pretty horrific, a foul combination of rotting flesh and what smelt like animal waste, the same as you'd get in a zoo. I was uneasy, but also morbidly curious, peering over the edge, but seeing only darkness.
You don't want to get too close,
Carl warned. By this stage, our victim was down on his knees by the pit's edge, muttering a quiet prayer through his trembling lips. I pulled out my piece, preparing to fire, but something stopped me from doing so. Suddenly, I heard a sound emanating from the dark bottom of the pit, faint at first, but quickly growing louder. I jumped when I heard the animalistic growl for the first time, quickly followed by an almighty roar which filled the space. A moment later, what sounded like a huge beast as big as a rhino came storming into the pit. The ground was shaking due to its immense size and strength. I couldn't get a good look at the monster, only seeing a dark shape circling the bottom of the pit. I looked to the quaking victim before me, seeing him whimpering in a terror as a stream.
Blaze it! I'll blaze it so much. Blazing it will be in touch.
Of urine poured down his trouser leg. "What the hell is down there?" I yelled, shouting to be heard above the creature's growls.
Shoot him and kick the body down there,
Carl ordered loudly. I shook my head in confusion. "I don't understand."
Shoot him in the head,
Carl screamed. I raised my revolver, holding the barrel against the back of his head. I paused before firing, not wanting to pull the trigger, but I realized that killing him would be a mercy compared to what lay below. I closed my eyes and fired, feeling the kickback as my victim's head exploded. His limp body fell forward, dropping over the edge. I heard the poor bastard's corpse hit the bottom with a dull thud. A moment later, the beast grabbed hold of him with its mighty jaws, biting down on flesh and bone while producing a sickening crack. As it briefly emerged from the shadows, seeing its shark-like eyes and huge mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth, the mere sight of the beast brought a cold chill up my spine, a primal terror unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. A moment later, the beast dragged the corpse back into the shadows and started to devour his flesh in a sickening display. I walked away from the pit in disgust, feeling like I was about to be physically sick. Carl gave me a moment to compose myself before he walked over, slapped me on the back, and spoke.
You did good, kid. The first time is always the hardest. Now, let's get the hell out of here.
I don't recall much about our drive back to the city. I guess I was still in a state of shock, my brain still trying to process the horror of what I had just witnessed. It was some time before I was able to speak, asking Carl the most obvious of questions. "What the hell happened back there?" I demanded.
Negative monsoon.
I'll tell you what I know, but we're gonna need a drink,
Carl answered. 10 minutes later, we were sitting in a secluded booth in an empty bar, free from prying eyes and ears. I ordered a double whiskey and downed it in one. "What the hell was that thing?" I asked, half not wanting to hear the answer. Carl took a large gulp of his own drink before answering. "I don't exactly know. It doesn't have a name. All I know is where it comes from. A tunnel leading deep into the earth. A passageway to..." He paused briefly, carefully considering his next words. "You believe in the afterlife, kid? In heaven and hell?" I shrugged my shoulders, puzzled by the question. "I guess so. I've never given it much thought," I answered. Carl nodded his head before continuing. "What about a Faustian bargain? You heard of that?" I shook my head in the negative. "It's a fable about a guy who made a deal with the devil," Carl explained. I scoffed and laughed dismissively. "I don't believe in all that supernatural shit," I replied. "Well, Angelo sure as shit does, and he's not on the side of angels. And how can you deny what you saw tonight?" I didn't have an answer. "I don't know all the details, but Angelo made his deal with the man downstairs a couple of years back. The deal was simple. Angelo offers up a regular sacrifice to the beast below, and in return, he gets everything he wants in life, money and power. No trouble from the law, and all his rivals dead or in prison. The good times keep on rolling as long as he delivers the bodies." I shook my head in disbelief, wanting to believe this was all some kind of sick joke or type of initiation. But there was no way to explain the beast I'd seen down there. My brain was racing 100 miles per hour as I tried to make sense of what I
If I summon a drunk, stop this usually because I'm biting my fingernails.
had been told. I don't know, Carl. I've seen some shit in my days. Robbing and shooting people is one thing, but deals with the devil and human sacrifices? That's a whole different level. Carl nodded his head in understanding. "I get it, man. I felt the same first time I saw that monster and learned the truth. But look at it this way. As Angelo grows more powerful, we benefit too. A few more years and our crew will be running this town, and if the devil reneges on the deal, Angelo will be the one to pay the price. It's a win-win. So, what do you say, kid? You want to make it to the big leagues?" I know I should have walked away right there and then, but what can I say? I'm not a good guy, and the promises of power and wealth were just too tempting. So I said yes, and my life changed forever. Carl was right, up to a point at least. It did get easier over time. We carried out a lot of sacrifices in those early days, and it was around that time when Angelo went to war with the biggest crime family in the city, and the streets ran red with blood. Our boss was ultimately victorious, no doubt due to the deal he'd made with the man downstairs, but it was a long and bloody gangland conflict, and our hit squad was kept very busy. I can't recall how many men we killed during that gang war. The faces and names tend to blur after a time. We weren't able to sacrifice all of our victims to the beast. Many we shot dead in the streets, but where possible, we kidnapped our rivals and brought them to the warehouse. This wasn't always an easy task. Some of the men we took were real tough bastards who fought fiercely, but almost without exception, our victims would shit themselves when they got to the pit and they heard the beast's terrifying roar. Now, these guys were nasty. Gangsters, drug dealers, pimps, and killers for hire. They were the worst of the worst, and I really didn't feel bad about serving them up as human sacrifices. Those bastards would have happily tortured and murdered us if the tables were turned. I'd shown mercy to my first victim, shooting him dead before letting his body fall into the pit. The beast preferred his meals breathing, so we pushed most of our victims down while they were still alive, hearing the crack of bones when they hit the bottom, and relishing their cries of terror as the beast devoured them. After a while, I feared I was enjoying my job too much, and so I had to remind myself of how horrifying this truly was. But those were good years for our crew. Angelo destroyed all of his enemies and took full control of all criminal enterprises throughout the city. The money was pouring in, and we became the most feared and respected men in the neighborhood. Soon, Angelo became untouchable, with city councilors, top police officials, and judges all in his pocket. Even the honest cops and prosecutors weren't able to build a case, and our boss never spent a day in jail. Yeah, those were the good days, and clearly the ritual sacrifices were working. But of course, it didn't last. The trouble was that we were too successful. When the gang war ended, Angelo no longer had any rivals left to eliminate. But of course, the devil and his beast were relentless, and they continued to demand fresh sacrifices. Before long, we began executing men and women for the most minor of infractions or insults. But the crooks were so terrified of Angelo and us that they didn't dare put a foot out of line, so we had to change tactics once again. That's when we started picking victims at random. They were people who no one would miss, the homeless and drug addicts mostly. We found it easier to dope our victims before throwing them into the pit. It made them more docile as we dragged them to their deaths, tossing those poor bastards over the edge and walking away as the beast ripped them to shreds. Carl and I rarely spoke on those nights, but neither of us were happy. I became sickened by my role in these senseless killings, a seemingly never-ending conveyor belt of death and suffering. I tried everything to dull my pain. Drink, drugs, sex, nothing worked. I just couldn't escape the immense guilt that I carried with me. Carl got bumped up about 6 months ago, taking on the role of Angelo's number 2. I didn't quite know how to feel about this change. Carl and I had worked together for a long time, and we shared a terrible secret, but a part of me was glad to see the back of him. I'd come to loathe the man who'd led me down this bloody path, even though I knew I'd ultimately made my own free choices. But the asshole they sent to replace Carl turned out to be a real piece of work.
Oh, hey, by the way, I posted a note in here. Half of the way. I tried. I wish I could have gotten a better. But remember, kids, these nuts are tasty. Suck on these nuts. Ha, guy!
His name was Tommy, and he grew up in my neighborhood, being introduced to the criminal underworld from a young age. Tommy was the type of kid who tortured small animals for fun, before graduating to do the same to human beings. He took a perverse, sadistic pleasure in killing, which had never appealed to Carl and me. We considered the murders an ugly but necessary act, and we tried to be as professional as possible, but Tommy loved killing and was almost giddy every night we carried out a sacrifice. He would mock our victims, laughing in their faces as they pled for mercy, or giving them false hope before delivering the fatal blow. Tommy was also obsessed with the hellish beast, almost to the point of worshipping it. He talked at length about every grisly kill, when all I wanted to do was forget. Working with a psychopath like Tommy made a horrific situation even worse. I knew I wouldn't be able to keep this up for much longer. Everyone has their breaking point, and I reached mine a week ago. The night of what will be my last murder sacrifice started out the same as my first, as I sat drinking in a dive bar, waiting for a call. Tommy rang me soon after midnight, saying Angelo wanted us to work tonight. I sighed deeply while downing my whiskey, wandering out onto the wind-swept street where Tommy picked me up in a dark sedan. I climbed into the passenger seat, noting the cruel smile on Tommy's lips and the suspicious twinkle in his eye. His body language immediately put me on guard. "Where's the job?" I asked wearily.
The asshole's in the trunk,
Tommy replied while laughing sadistically.
all ready for his little trip to hell.
I nodded my head grimly and asked no further questions during our drive out of town. I assumed the man trapped in the trunk was just another nameless victim grabbed off the streets. Little did I know what lay before me on that fateful night. We reached the warehouse shortly before 1 a.m. I got out of the car and shivered from the cold, looking up at the stars above as Tommy opened the trunk to reveal the hooded victim within. The man inside was bound with...
My skin is so dry I can somewhat, I'd like feel the small difference between the skin and flesh. remember? Where? You can go to floor 700 anytime you want. Wait a minute, we're in the negative Amazon floors. Amazon, buy from us right now. Dang it, I'm looking into it. Whatever, let's get some bread.
Duct tape, his hands tied in front of him. He wore what looked like an expensive suit, except it was ripped, soiled, and covered in dried blood. At first, he looked like just a typical kidnap victim, but something didn't seem right.
Get the hell up, asshole!
The victim complied, shakily pulling himself out of the trunk and managing to stand on his own 2 feet. I didn't understand. What's going on here, Tommy? I whispered in my companion's ear. Why isn't he drugged? We usually doped our prisoners to make them docile and less able to resist. Tommy replied loudly, making sure that our victim overheard.
And that would be too easy, man. Angelo wants this bastard to suffer. He's going to know it when the beast eats him alive. Ain't that right, buddy?
He punched the hooded man around the back of his head, making him yelp in pain and shock. I didn't like this at all. Tommy was playing games, and I wouldn't let it slide. In an instant, I reached out and yanked the hood from our victim's head. I then recoiled in horror at what I saw. The bloodied and bruised face of my former mentor and brother-in-arms, Carl Guzman. I stood there, awestruck, looking my friend in the eye, seeing that expression of total defeat and resignation which I'd witnessed in many other condemned men over the years. He looked down, seemingly unable to meet my gaze.
Carl? What the fuck, man?
I exclaimed.
It's okay, old buddy. It's my time to go. This ain't on you, man.
I shook my head in disbelief as Tommy pushed Carl forwards, towards the warehouse and his terrible fate. I ran after them, shouting questions in a state of frenzied panic.
Carl, I don't get it. How did this happen?
I messed up, man.
He replied solemnly.
Took a shot at the king and missed. Now I'm paying the price.
I just couldn't understand.
But why? Why the hell would you do that?
Carl suddenly stopped walking, fighting against Tommy's grip to turn and face me. His eyes filled with a fiery intensity.
Here? Yes, it was.
Because that son of a bitch needs to be stopped. That's
1564,
why.
it has
Angelo and his damn deal.
1566,
What we've done, it's evil. I should have stopped this years ago, but I was weak. Don't make the same mistake. That evil fucker needs to go.
Tommy ended Carl's angry tirade by whacking him hard around the head and forcing him to continue his death mark.
Shut the fuck up, traitor!
The thug swore. I should have intervened to stop it, but I guess I was still in a state of shock, not truly believing what was occurring in front of me. But Tommy knew exactly what he was doing as he forced the helpless Carl inside the warehouse and frog-marched him toward the waiting pit. I followed behind in a daze, my mind racing as I desperately tried to come to terms with this unexpected turn and considered my next move. We entered the dreaded warehouse, Tommy and Carl marching ahead and me trailing behind. I saw the pit and heard the faint roar of the beast as it tore down the tunnel, greedily anticipating its coming meal. I lost control, grabbed Tommy by the shoulders and pulled him around while I placed the other hand on the butt of my pistol.
What the fuck are you doing?
Tommy spat angrily, his dark eyes full of fury.
We're not doing this!
I exclaimed with determination. I was sure it would come to blows, but Carl intervened.
It's okay, old buddy,
he said calmly, speaking directly to me whilst maintaining eye contact.
It's my time. I have this coming.
But, Carl, I whimpered, already losing faith in my cause.
But nothing. It's over for me. There's no sense in you dying too.
Listen to your friend here.
Tommy interjected, shooting me a twisted smile as he did so. I was paralyzed, unable to act or intervene as Carl marched towards his terrible fate. I didn't understand it. Carl knew what was down there better than anyone. How could he accept such an awful death so meekly? I looked on as Carl kneeled by the side of the pit, replicating the stance of our first victim all those years ago. Meanwhile, the beast came charging into the pit, its dark shadow circling in eager anticipation, whilst emitting a low animalistic growl. It'd been a long time since it'd been so excited about a sacrifice. It was almost as if it recognized its soon-to-be victim. I knew what the monster did to living bodies, so I was determined to not let Carl suffer such a fate. After all, he had been my friend once upon a time. I'll give you a clean death at least, I said grimly as I drew my pistol and held it to his head. I didn't know how my old friend would react, and so was astonished when he turned to speak with me. His eyes filled with a fiery intensity. Listen to me. This evil needs to end. You must finish what I started. Carl didn't get a chance to finish his frantic last words, because in that very moment, Tommy kicked him hard in the back, forcing his body over the edge. Adios, asshole! Send us a postcard from hell! Tommy laughed. I screamed while lurching forward, but it was already too late. I watched in horror as my friend fell into the darkness, his body hitting the bottom with a heavy thud. Carl was still conscious when he hit the ground. He tried to crawl to safety, but the beast was on him in a flash, trampling his helpless body under its huge hooves, cracking bones as if they were twigs. Carl screamed in agony as the beast made a second pass, this time grabbing its victims in its mighty jaws, throwing him across the pit like he was a rag doll. I lost it in that moment, doing something I'd never done before, aiming my pistol and firing down into the pit. I screamed in between shots. My gun was empty in just a few short seconds. It was dark and my aim was off, but still I must have hit the beast at least 3 or 4 times. But the monster didn't even slow down, the bullets bouncing off its hide like its skin was made of steel. I could only look on in abject horror as it continued to toy with Carl's helpless body, seemingly taking pleasure from his suffering. Finally, the horrifying ordeal came to an end, as the monster bit through Carl's torso, practically splitting him in two before dragging his shredded...
Curious if Barney Hunter 12 has a trolling compilation, because I really enjoy trolling bits. Yup! No! What is this for? That movement makes me already smell the water.
remains into the shadows, where it proceeded to devour his flesh. I stood by the edge of the open pit, perspiring heavily with tears in my eyes as I tried to come to terms with Carl's horrific death. Suddenly, my sixth senses spiked as I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I turned around sharply and saw Tommy approaching from behind, his hand reaching for his gun and his eyes filled with a murderous intent. A second later, he surely would have pushed me down into the pit, but now Tommy was caught out, like a deer in headlights. I stepped away from the edge and made my knuckles into fists, preparing to fight for my life. Tommy wasn't used to fighting people who defended themselves, so he hesitated. We glared at each other for a tension-filled minute before I eventually broke the silence. "We're done here?" I asked coldly. "Yeah," Tommy replied after a lengthy pause. "We're done. Let's get the hell out of here." And we left the warehouse behind, trying to ignore the sound of the beast gnawing on Carl's bones. I survived by the skin of my teeth that night, but I know my days are numbered. With Carl gone, my loyalty is definitely suspected. Angelo surely knows I'm not his man anymore, but he doesn't know that I'm coming for him. I haven't forgotten Carl's final words. He was right. This evil must be stopped. Tonight, I intend to arm myself to the teeth and go after Angelo. I'm going to kill him or
One of
die
my notes.
trying. It's the only way to end this living hell. I know this act won't make up for all the evil stuff I've done. It's too late for redemption, and I expect to burn for my sins, but damn, I'm going to enjoy seeing the look on that bastard's face right before I put a bullet through his skull. And all the better when that vial is forced back to hell where it belongs. It's time to go to work.
I don't know if he succeeded or not. Guess I'd have to read something from the conflict, but no, I can't.
Entry 1, March 19th, 20... Okay, so I'm not sure how legal it is to journal about this, but I'm on site at, I guess we can call it Central Lab 47B. If you think I'm referencing the other place, you're surprisingly mistaken. A lifetime's worth of work to be here has finally paid off, and I didn't even know this place existed until 3 months ago. Though, I guess the previous 5 years of prep should have given me an idea that something like this would exist.
I don't like the story either.
Still,
it's not as bad as
I don't think 50
stories.
years could have prepared me for what I'm helping to support.
But still, it's not as bad as that abusive Dr. Tanner.
The parents have it the
I
hardest.
like this. The next
First,
one.
they have to figure it out. The powers, the
Honestly, my
visions,
favorite
whatever
story
it might
of
be.
this.
If they're lucky, they're put in contact with us before it gets
Along with
serious.
the Hitman one.
If they're unlucky, they can lose everything. One girl, a real nasty job, I didn't even get to meet. By the time I turned up, the whole family had been crammed into the oven and the house had burned down. We had to peel them out of it, one by one, like giant fruit roll-ups. We think she was a pyro, but who knows? We weren't there. We tried to do some outreach, but it's hard with the government mandate stopping us from going public. Although it's not always how you might think. We're not like the Men in Black or anything. The truth is that when the supernatural turns up on your doorstep, you'll likely choose not to believe it. And if you do, then no one else will believe you. That's what I meant about the parents. They're isolated from friends, family, even each other. These kids aren't X-Men, levitating remotes or mowing the lawn with their minds. It's stressful, sometimes even terrifying to live with. It's not easy when your 6-year-old tells you the date and time of your death, or you give them a bad row and the following morning you wake up with an abscess the size of a tennis ball filling your mouth like a ball gag. And that stuff can happen even when the kid doesn't mean to. Their thoughts and emotions just leak out, and kids have some pretty messed up thoughts. We have a pamphlet, more of a book really, where we run through some of the common mistakes that parents make. It's funny to read if you don't know what's at stake. Introducing your gifted child to the concept of death as early as possible is essential to long-term safety. Examples of traditional folklore you should avoid discussing with your child include that their deceased goldfish has gone to live in the sea, that dogs, cats, rabbits, etc. are now living happily on a farm, that deceased grandparents have gone to a better place. It goes on, but you get the gist. No two kids are alike, but they ruminate on the little things. Phrases like a better place can become real to them in a way they'll never be for an adult. They start to picture things, start to think of what it might be like, what it should be like. But a brain isn't just a long line of thoughts. It's like an ocean, and there are depths filled with things out of sight, even a kid's mind. Add in fact that most kids are a lot smarter and knowledgeable than their parents think, and well, what do you think a better place should be? Have you ever been to a funeral, seen a corpse? Kids know more than you think. They visit grandma in a parlor somewhere. Everyone's crying, everyone's sad, and their mother won't let them open the box to see the old woman who gave them candy every week. Does that seem like a better place to you? All that black, all the tears, being lowered into a hole in the ground and covered with dirt. One of my many cases was a young girl, sweet as can be. She could, occasionally, tell the future in very specific terms. Her parents, bless them, hoped it'd lead to a better life, but they made the mistake of asking when they'd die, and the answer wasn't what they wanted. It broke my heart to visit that little girl, to sit and play the Wii with her and laugh with her, and then look back at the kitchen and see her mom standing there with a distant look in her eyes. The little girl couldn't understand why her parents jumped when she looked at them or shivered when she hugged them. They still loved her, but you could see they'd spent every second of every day counting down the moments. It was up to me to make sure the little girl understood the reality of death. That much I managed. I remember her little frown as she did the math. She'd been confused for a few weeks by that point, but her parents refused to answer her questions. I answered them all, and honestly at that.
It's not really a better place then, is it?
I don't know. I'm not even sure it is a place.
I shouldn't have told Mommy about the yellow car.
She whispered, her eyes tearing up as her little mind grasped such a big idea. Mommy shouldn't have asked, I replied a little too quickly, letting my emotions rise to the surface. I hoped that'd be the end of it. I figured with any luck the mother and father would learn to live with what they knew and not drive themselves mad thinking about how to avoid it. Most people, though, they get so blinded by the specifics they don't see the big picture. That woman could have locked herself up in a bank to avoid being run over by the taxi her daughter described, only to drop dead from a heart attack a day later. I tried explaining that to them. I tried explaining that worrying won't change a thing. At least, it's not supposed to. A few weeks later, I returned for another welfare check, and guess who answered the door? The little girl, looking hungry and ragged. In the kitchen, all the cupboard doors had been thrown open, and she'd clearly started hacking away at old tins of food with a knife. There were even empty packs of pasta where she'd been eating the stuff dry and uncooked. At first, I thought her parents had killed themselves and she'd been forced to survive on her own for a short while, but when I asked her, I got an answer that made my blood run cold.
I sent them to a better place.
You killed them? I asked, wondering exactly what these parents had asked of their own child.
No, silly. An actual better place. I pictured the bestest place in the whole
Don't think I wasn't
world,
3 to
and I
1!
made them go there.
1,
What's the bestest place in the whole world?
A beach!
2, 3, 4.
A beach that goes on forever and ever in all
5.
directions, and you can eat as much as you want because the grass grows fruit
6.
and candy, and there's no one to tell
7.
you what to do,
8.
so Daddy never has to go to work
9,
again,
10.
and
11,
Mommy
12,
never has to
13,
worry about being fat because no one will ever see her get bigger,
16,
and Daddy will love her no
17,
matter what because he said so, and...
How
19, 20, 21.
How did you send them there? I asked.
22, 23,
She held up a piece of paper with blue crayon and beige lines scribbled all over the place.
That's
It was a
good.
kid's interpretation of a beach, an explosion of colors, poorly drawn shapes that composed the background. The foreground, however, was something completely different.
Listen,
There were
don't
two
count.
black and white
Don't do anything
photorealistic
with the wall.
figures frozen in time, hands held to the sides of their heads as a silent scream escaped their lips.
And the best thing about the better place?
The little girl beamed with pride.
You can never, ever, ever, ever die! No matter how far you fall, or how long you hold your breath, or even if you eat loads and loads of poison.
Bless her. She looked so proud of what she had done. Every now and again, I pull that picture out and look at that girl's parents. They move so long as you're not looking directly at them. They push at the boundaries of the paper, sometimes even go around the other side. At first they screamed and screamed, and that was all I ever saw. But for the last few years, they just started lying next to each other, staring at what I guess might be the sky. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure time moves normally for them. There's something that looks like a tally in the sand. If it is, the count is bigger than anything possible, whether it's days or years. I'll burn it one day. I just need to feel confident it's the right thing to do. I still hold out hope that the girl will come back and pull them out, worse for wear, but ultimately alive. I lost contact with her when she turned 13, though. Most of these kids don't stick around into adolescence because they don't have to, and the system is rough at the best of times. I wish I knew where they went. I like to think the government rounds them up and finds them a place where they can help the world with their powers, but most of these kids aren't cut out to be fry cooks, let alone super soldiers. Whatever purpose they find in life, I'm not so sure it's for anyone else's benefit. Part of my job is minimizing the threat these kids pose to relatives and society at large. Easier said than done, of course. It's not just that there's all this power condensed into a half-formed brain, it's what they represent to the average person. In the movies, if some gravedigger spots the undead grandma hauling her ass out of the ground and shuffling towards the horizon, all you have to do is spray him with whiskey and hope no one believes him. That last part holds out, but not the first. Do you know what the average person does when faced with proof of the afterlife? What do you think happens when the average person happens to catch a glimpse of what's in Grandma's eyes, or, God forbid, they get a chance to exchange a few words with the formerly deceased? Kids who speak to the dead can be the worst, because it turns out, whatever's on the other side, it drives the average person fucking insane. And I don't just mean talking to yourself insane. It's more like slit the throats of your family and castrate yourself with a razor blade insane. You might think you've accepted the idea of nothingness, or the idea of heaven or hell, but the truth, I'm not so sure it can even fit inside one person's head. The glimpse I had was almost bad enough to net me 6 months in a mental health facility. It started when some poor boy had brought his grandfather back without even realizing it. He just thought about it long enough, hard enough, and it happened. Next thing was, I got a phone call from the parents who locked themselves in the bedroom. They needed help, and even though I was on probationary training, I didn't call up my supervisor. I just rushed out. Truth is, I didn't want to call my boss. I didn't want to be supervised. I'd been waiting for this opportunity ever since I read about it in training. I wanted to see someone who'd come back to life. I wanted to know what was on the other side. All the guys talked about it, about people coming back, but I hadn't really thought they were being serious. It certainly seemed like they weren't being honest with me. I made the mistake of treating it as a problem that could be solved for X. I thought having an answer would do something, help me in some way.
3/4.
I managed to find Grandpa staring at the bathroom door, formaldehyde leaking out of his ass and dripping onto the floor. Those eyes looked at me with an unspeakable hatred, a venomous glare bad enough to make me stumble back, keeping far out of his reach, but it wasn't enough to stop me asking questions. They burst out of my mouth and I asked so many, so quickly. I don't even remember what they were. I figure most of them boiled down to something like, "What's on the other side?" When the old man spoke, his voice carried an epoch of suffering and weariness. I was looking at a soul that had been put through the ringer, twisted, washed, cleansed, battered, and abused. It wasn't the same soul that had left, that was for
Fingers are warm. My fingers.
sure. But one look in those eyes told you it wasn't lying either.
Servitude.
He answered, and it was like the ringing of a gong. I almost asked a follow-up question, but good God, something inside me choked and stopped the words. A part of my soul died hearing that word. I still lie awake at night thinking about it. Servitude. I don't even know what it means, but it has haunted me ever since. Now, it's just like that picture. Something I bury and try to forget about. And I don't want to think about it, and nor does your average Joe. If I let myself start asking questions like, who's doing the serving, my mind just doesn't stop. I spent 6 months going in circles, reading old case files, hoping to learn more. That word still calls out to me a few times a day, scattering my thoughts like rats before a torchlight. Minimizing the harm done by these kids can be hard when it's at risk of putting you in a rubber room. Like I said, the only thing on your side is that 99% of people don't want to face the truth of what's underneath all the mundane, boring shit we call daily life. That's why so many of these parents are so deeply unprepared. It takes a kind of twisted mind to imagine the world the way a kid does, and more importantly, to think of all the ways it can go wrong. Your goldfish has gone to live in the sea. The tooth fairy will take your old teeth. Santa punishes the naughty. Parents have been indoctrinated since childhood to think that these white lies are a fundamental building block of parenting. It's impossible to break as a habit. Even parents who know better, reasonable, intelligent people who are doing the best they can, will still make a few mistakes here and there. The best they can hope for is that it doesn't backfire and wipe out half the town. That's when the other half of my job comes in. Cleanup. I have to direct the parents to the right type of cleanup crew. Most of the time, it's the guys with mops and buckets and a very strong stomach. Other times, it's a nasty man in a suit who knows how to stop the neighbor from posting photos to the internet. Once it was a bunch of guys in lead-lined hazmat suits. That was a tough one to figure out. We still don't really know what happened, but the Geiger counters they left behind still haven't stopped clicking. Talking about tooth fairies, in some parts of the world, they're very real. They weren't always real, you understand, until some of these kids came along. Do you know how scary the idea of a tooth fairy is to the average child? Let's just say what some kid dreamed up in the 80s is exactly what you'd expect from a being who steals teeth for a living. Its face is nothing but a palate with teeth growing all over the damn thing, so that there's barely a sliver of gum wider than a finger. And the teeth stink. They're all rotting and yellow like a meth addict's. And this thing goes around taking teeth, and whenever an old one falls out of its, well, I'll call it a head, but I'm not exactly an anatomist. But anyway, when one falls out, it takes one of the teeth it's collected from kids' mouths and finds a new home for it. Its muscular arms shake as it forces the root through flesh and cartilage, and I swear the sounds it makes are cries, but who knows? I always hoped the damn thing would disappear when the kid grew up, but nope. It's apparently still out there, climbing gutters and drainage pipes using its arms because the kid who dreamed it with no legs. And that's just one of them. There are lots of tooth fairies. Like I said, the world is terrifying to kids, and they think things in a way we can't easily predict. But the consequences are all too real. Often for the parents, sometimes passers-by. The only saving grace is that most of these kids are well-intentioned, even the difficult ones, the ones with learning disabilities or emotional problems. They'll show regret when they realize that their actions have hurt people. That's the most important ingredient in a person. Remorse. People hurt each other all the time, but the vast majority of us don't do it knowingly, and even if we do know, it's something we figure we have to do. But, of course, there are others. Kids and people who know damn well what they're doing. I don't know a whole lot about them, just enough to help me identify them in my work, but they're the kids who are ambivalent to the pain they cause because they just don't care. Most of them are narcissists, content to chase dreams of money and sex because it gives them a thrill. You read about how psychopaths do well in certain jobs, like investment bankers or whatever. Great, good for them. The gifted ones I work with are actually quite similar. They're not necessarily any worse than any other kids. They just tend not to be bothered when I explain to them that after what they did to their little brother, he won't be able to play any more Xbox with them. There's no guilt, no remorse. The really bad ones, though, they're not just indifferent. They get a kick out of it. It takes a lot of moving parts to come together so that you make a person who enjoys hurting others. I read once that most serial killers have lower IQs because the average psychopath knows damn well that the cost-benefit analysis of murder isn't in their favor. Murder is hard, and the payoff is usually quite small, and a smart psychopath knows that. Society imposes enough consequences to keep most people in line. But when they're gifted, those consequences just go right out the window, don't they? If I can demonstrate the presence of sadism and a total absence of remorse and empathy in a child, I can request permission to euthanize them. Some of the first tests we do when finding one, brain scans, questionnaires, EEG, so on, are all about identifying psychopathy. I used to hate it. The kids would ask what we were looking for, or sometimes start bawling their eyes out during the hammer test. my least favorite test of them all, and it always broke my heart to imagine what was waiting for them if I made the wrong decision. I understood, logically, why we did it. I just hated knowing that I had that kind of power. Those kids didn't know what waited at the end of the road if they failed the tests. Not even their parents knew. I would have given anything to get the agency to drop those tests. And then I met Bradley. He had 16 teachers suffer kidney failure in a single year, and that's what flagged his hometown for further investigation. Looking at the injuries some of these teachers had suffered, I was convinced that we were dealing with a teenager who had latent abilities. That kind of cruel spite is usually reserved for teenagers. But actually, Brady was just 7. I first saw him lying on his living room floor, reading a university-level textbook on anatomy. He was something of a prodigy, although he himself admitted he wasn't that smart until he started taking bites of other people's minds. The funny thing was, his father was the spitting image of Bradley, his mother too. But you expect that kind of thing, don't you? What you don't expect to see is that the other kids in Bradley's class look a little like him. The parents all over the place had been crying havoc to local scientists who simply don't have any answers. They got these photos of their kids just a few years before Bradley moved in, and they look different. They have different facial structures, different hair color, different eye color. It's subtle at first, but as time goes on, you see these kids change more and more, and it's undeniable who they're changing into. And then the complaints stop because, of course, the parents start to look a little more and more like Bradley too.
I'm just borrowing bites of them, he told me. Most people don't think enough. There's all this spare room in their heads, so I just help them find a good use for it.
He infected their minds, and without really knowing why, he made them a little bit more like him. It was a side effect, of course, but a shocking one. We had to call a lot of people to bring things back to normal, and even then, Bradley wouldn't just let us kill his main source of computing power. We had to negotiate, and what he wanted was, well, he liked vivisection, and he really liked living subjects. He also liked our tools, he said. Some things he couldn't learn from just pilfering the average person's brain, but in our lab, he was kind of like a kid in a candy store. We didn't really think that part through, if I'm honest. Putting him in a room with our scientists was guaranteed to end badly, but Bradley was so powerful. Without ever really noticing, we pivoted from trying to contain him and started trying to just appease him. He was unlike any kid we'd come across. There was nothing stopping him from tying your colon into a knot just to see what would happen. He got a kick out of it, out of seeing people suffer because of his own actions. We don't let scientists out in the field now, just in case another telepath picks up on some useful tips. A burst pancreas here, a brain bleed there, turning your blood into something the consistency of pudding. We still hold annual conferences, trying to figure out what Bradley was, what his end game was. He certainly wasn't interested in any kind of new race or evolution. If we ever implied that he wasn't the only psychic, he'd get very upset. I lost my first supervisor to that. We didn't know what Bradley was at the time. We just found him in his home, sure enough, and he was odd. Definitely intelligent beyond all reason, but we didn't know. You may feel alone, Bradley, my boss said. But in fact, there are estimated to be nearly 100,000 children just like you.
There's no one like me,
the little boy replied, his eyes fixed on my boss like daggers. Next thing I know, my boss is shaking, convulsing. Blood is foaming out his mouth, his nose, his ears. When they finally got around to doing an autopsy on the old man, they say that there was barely anything left inside his skull. It had been ejected with force out of any available orifice from the neck above. What little of his brain remained was pooled at the base of his skull like the final dregs of a milkshake at the bottom of a cup. In the end, it was Bradley's ego that brought him down. After 2 years of watching him massacre his way through a small town and then our labs, all while wondering when he'd finally set his sights on some bigger prey, I decided I couldn't just let him carry on. The thing about kids is even ones like Bradley, even the smartest, cleverest, and most knowledgeable ones don't really have any experience. Throw in an ego the size of a planet and they often lack that essential humanity beaten into most of us by adulthood. In the end, it was a little white lie that saved me. Saved us all, really. No one's spoken to what's on the other side. I told him. We have never had any gifted person be able to reach out and see what happens after death. He came out of his room the next day and just... I don't know. I didn't feel sorry for him, but damn. I came close. He had a little desk in the middle of our labs on the floor where he'd watch the scientists and read their minds like most kids flip through TV channels, and he walked right up to it and sat down. He looked so beaten, so utterly wiped out. He asked me for crayons, so I gave them to him, and he spent a few minutes scribbling something, a little house with some trees, and the next thing I know, he was gone. He just popped out of thin air like he was deleted from one of life's animation frames. He wasn't dead. He just put himself into the drawing. They talk about him like I trapped him, like I beat him. But truth is, I think Bradley could leave the drawing whenever he wants to. You can see him in the house. He's painting in there, I think. It's all he ever does. Sooner or later, the page will be lost, destroyed, maybe even intentionally. There's no such thing as infinity when it comes to human life, but I remember the look in that dead old man's eyes, and I remember how it made me feel. Servitude. Bradley must have seen right through into whatever afterlife there is, and he did so with such clarity it put all other kids to shame. Now I think he's hiding. I think he knows sooner or later he's going to end up on the other side, and there's nothing he can do to stop it. All that's left to him is to put some distance between the beginning of his life and the end, and he knew from experience he could make all kinds of special places where time runs slower than the norm. Don't forget, he had all my memories to go through as well. I have no doubt he knew about that little girl and what she did to her parents. The infinite beach. Thankfully, we think Bradley was a blip, a cloud computing telepath who borrowed other people's minds to strengthen their own powers. That's the kind of feedback loop that could cause the end of the world, maybe even the universe. We're glad he called it quits, although it unsettles me to think of the reason. Someone asked me once what I think these kids are. I'm not sure, but I'm tempted to call them a bug, an error. Whatever they are, they've tapped into something underneath the banal reality most of us fixate on. The one filled with recyclable cups and microwave TV dinners. You hear that and you think it must be a thing of wonder to have that kind of knowledge. I just think of Bradley, a literal god amongst humans who took one hard look and fled with his tail between his legs. If I ever glimpse his face in that picture, looking out the window, all I can think is that he looks so goddamn scared.
Wow, 100 goes away really has nothing. Anyway, next!
I've been an investigator and hunter of the paranormal for longer than I care to remember. Studying lore, protecting the innocent, and destroying malicious entities are just a few of the job's many requirements. In my younger years, training day in and day out with my uncle, I thought we were heroes and that I had the greatest job in the world. Now that he's dead, along with most of my friends and family, I'm not so sure. The monotony of endless travel and cheap hotels, the guilt of not being able to protect my loved ones when they needed me most, the burden of saving others. It's more weight than I ever thought would rest on my shoulders. More weight than most men can bear to carry. But enough about that. You don't need to hear some sob story. This isn't about me. This is about my last adventure. One I almost didn't come back from. A few months ago, while digging through various news articles and police reports for choice words like bizarre and unexplainable, I came upon a tabloid piece about a man, Jack, on a business trip. He apparently became hysterical and attacked his boss, Coulter, in a hotel lobby, When asked why, he simply said that room 371, the room...
Who will win? An Austrian Archduke or confused Slav? Sorry, I didn't make a WW1 joke on 1914. Hold on, by the way. Oh, cool. Well, don't know just how long I'll be spent ending at negative 2k. Certainly hope I get there before the 4-hour mark and leave after it. Oh, stinky.
Room Coulter was assigned at the front desk was no ordinary room, and anyone staying there was in grave danger. He said he was trying to protect his boss by explaining the situation while pulling him away and out of the hotel. Coulter resisted and fell to the floor, breaking his arm. He didn't press charges, but needless to say, their business trip and relationship was no more. Normally, I stay away from these kinds of things. More than not, they tend to be the product of nutcases. This one had all the markings of an overtired, overworked man on the verge of mental breakdown. Still, it piqued my interest. With no other pressing cases on the table, I decided to look into it, if for no other reason than to placate my curiosity. A quick bit of research revealed that a fake name at the very least, but these guys didn't even offer an alias. Whatever, I thought. It is what it is, right? They didn't seem to have a name for the target either, simply referring to him as the Freak. It was weird, to say the least. But beggars can't be choosers. They wired me $10,000 up front.
Oh
God! The rest would come after I'd finished the job. Those were their conditions, anyway. I started driving.
Actually, I'll walk the rest of this out and go listen to Waterworld and whatever. Who will win? Poland exists. Germany. It's free real estate. Actually, I'll just watch the story out and the rest is normal. If I know there is a white wall going on, I will sometimes intentionally try to go slightly to the opposite side, or slightly more opposite side of white wall than to the exit. That way I can then just maneuver there with the extra of the white wall. So that way I don't have any more problems. Like if there's a white wall going left, I will sometimes try to go more right than the exit on the floor. That way I can drop down there. As far as I know, there is no way for two white walls to spawn on the same floor at once. And there is literally no way to wait for the second one to spawn. I like to walk in the little gap. It makes me happy. So now you talk, yes. I shall give change for my mother. Yes, my insides are cracked right now. Right now, I forgot to take a picture of this topogrammatic flow. This topogrammatic experiment I will prove to you to make this experiment, but actually. Anyway, yeah, then 80s also have a funny joke too. there was a note here. Hope I make it past 2084 on this attempt or the next one. Someone next attempt if I don't make it past 100, because that is the exact point at which I am counting it as both attempts, and that's because the point is because I'm too hard to do both. There was something in the 1990s that I had to remember, but I can't. Remember something. I have to run another day. This is the first bite. As well as a chunk. Literally 1984. Copyright by Bo Burnham. This floor not having any joke associated to it is becoming a running gag. And I don't think it's ever getting its joke lore. Was that the boy of 87? I think it was something in 1996. Any jokes for these floors? I'm literally 6 away from the end. 5, 4, 3, 1. That being entirely dry. this note. This note was here, I think. This note was here, but I didn't remember it. Was this here? No. Drawer. Okay, remember bathroom. So it's here. The bad meeting is worse than usual. Oh, okay. One thing I really sure about that is minus 2k. Oh! Well, I think you might PTSD so casually. I this better. Oh, so the name of minus 1002 was a god. Don't know what to say. Okay. I have this note also here. It's not. Oh wait, because I put something there. Here. Can't put anything here. I can't drink water! You crazy? I'm still worried that bread has too much water.
I can't even make it here.
Hello? Look, I just want to hear the sound of someone's voice. I don't care what they're saying. I miss the voices. God, oh, that was so like trippy and that was so gross to like, whoa, I don't know. So, oh, there you are. I remember you. Hello? Man, shut up. You know, I wish I could make that noise with my mouth. That would make my life 10 times better. Look, this guy is keeping him up. How's he supposed to sleep? Tag you and your friend if this is so you and your friend. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Oh, God. Shut up. Stop. I hate you. I hate you. Am I going backwards? Stop, guys. Oh, I'm back in the start. I feel like I'm gonna have nightmares about this. A little bit to go until it's all gone. P music. What is that? Ugh. I don't know. I don't like that at all. Man, shut up! Do I go? Ah! Is that? Loser. I hear my own laugh. I have to get down there. Who uploaded my laugh? We have nothing to say to you, Albert. Yeah. Where am I? I hear myself. That's me. Hello, my beloved. Your imagination. Oh, am I back here? Oh. Oh! Who's this? Hey! Man, shut up! Oh god! Oh god! Oh my god, he moves around! Oh god, I'm back with all you!
It's time to go.
Driving out to the address they'd given me, where the target was supposed to be.
Finished eating.
They told me I should get there by midnight, so I arrived around 10 p.m.
Oh, yep, I remember the story. It was the Mr. Outback on the type of story.
in order to set up. My loadout was a bit heavier than usual. I was thinking that this guy had to be armed and trained or something, since they were willing to pay me a shitload. I was packing a silenced Beretta, a fully automatic CZ-75, and a Remington 870, a scoped M14, a butterfly knife, and some brass knuckles, if it had to come to close quarters. Well, that wasn't it. There was one last thing I brought with me. It was a grenade. Now, I didn't think I'd actually need it, and I didn't really want to use it. It was just there in case shit went beyond south. I hid myself as best I could in the darkness of the dingy factory and waited until midnight. At about 12:11, the rusty doors flung open. I watched through my scope as an abnormally tall figure wearing a windbreaker and slacks burst in. From the description they gave me, this was definitely the guy. I mean, how many people are 6'10"? The thing is, he was moving way too fast for me to get a clean shot, and I didn't want to risk blowing my position. In fact, he was sprinting for whatever reason. However, he did appear to be unarmed, so I let myself relax a bit. I lost him when he ran into a door on my left. Moving quickly, I pulled out the Beretta, stuck the CZ-75 into the holster, and followed him. Now, the place that he'd entered was pitch black, but I'd planned for that. I put on a pair of night vision goggles and started traversing around the area. It appeared that he'd led me into a hallway. However, I couldn't find the guy. This was when the first peculiar thought struck me. How the hell was he seeing anything in here? My musing was cut short when I heard a shrill scream.
PB&J!
Carefully, I maneuvered my way down there and peeked down both the left and right branched corridors. The screaming was definitely coming from the room to the left. As I got about halfway there, it just stopped suddenly. I froze in my steps. What the hell? It was at that moment when a body came flying out of the room. I nearly shouted out in shock, but managed to control myself. I watched as what appeared to be a 20-something male hit the wall just in front of me and bounced off, face-planting hard into the concrete. It made me sick, squishing noises as it did. Getting a better view of the body, I noticed that one of the legs seemed to be crumpled, like if the Terminator himself had grabbed onto it and squeezed hard. I could hear whatever had done this starting to come back out into the hallway. Feeling extremely disturbed and somewhat unprepared, I silently backed out into the main entrance hall. From there, I trained the CZ directly onto the intersecting corridors and waited. I mean, there was no way he could see me, right? My heart skipped a beat with nearly every step that guy took. He was getting closer. Closer. 3 more steps. 2. As soon as he came into my view, I emptied the entire magazine. My accuracy has always been pretty decent, so I'd say more than half of them hit. However, he was still standing. And not just that, he barely even flinched. That's when I got a closer look at his face. All I can say is, nobody looks like that. In fact, nothing should look like what I was staring down in that dark hallway. His face was incomprehensible. Not like the conventional demon or mutant that you see in the movies. It was something that the human brain wasn't meant to come face to face with. It didn't belong in our plane of existence. The eyes were constantly changing, morphing, if you will. It was as if 2 irises both shared one large, empty pupil. The mouth, if you could call it that, was twisted into a grin that seemed to wrap around its entire head, not just ear to ear. Those were the only distinguishable features. The rest of the skin on its face seemed to be constantly shifting. Sometimes it would be smooth, and sometimes it would look as if hundreds of tiny worms were crawling under it. That thing looked directly at me and let out this deep, throaty laugh that seemed to reverberate through the entire hall. I even had to quickly glance behind me because it sounded like it was coming from everywhere. I could barely think. I dropped the CZ and pulled the Beretta. I emptied 3 shots right into the head, but the monstrosity barely reacted. It just started laughing louder. Obviously, this creature wasn't going to go down anytime soon. I bolted out of the hallway and back into the main factory floor. My thoughts were a mess, but I managed to recall where I'd left the shotgun. I hastily made my way over there and picked it up. I nearly had a heart attack when I turned around and saw the thing staring right at me. It was still laughing, in addition to now drooling this black, thick-looking liquid. Some of it got on my hand and instantly ate through my skin. I winced in agony before firing a shot right into its face. This time, it actually seemed to react. I noticed that the bullets had managed to pierce its skin, but only slightly. It stopped laughing, instead letting out a shrill, deafening shriek that nearly burst my eardrums. It grabbed my arm and tossed me some meters away. I landed hard on my shoulder and I think I nearly broke it. However, I didn't have the luxury of letting it rest. I pumped the shotgun back and fired another shell directly into the creature's chest as it charged me. However, I couldn't move out of the way quick enough. The impact from the hit sent me flying about 10 feet back in the air. I landed awkwardly, feeling my ankle dislocate as I did. However, I was also fairly close to the bag where I was keeping the grenade. There was really only one option left. I scrambled over to it and feverishly grabbed the explosive. As soon as I got my hands on it, I pulled the pin. I could already hear the creature coming back towards me. I turned around and rolled it toward the thing. I barely got behind a pillar in time for the explosion. I don't think the sound that it let out will ever leave my mind. It wasn't just a shriek, not just a roar. It was as if all the air around me was being sucked into that thing's giant mouth and being distorted into some kind of otherworldly bellow. I crawled out from behind the pillar to see the thing stumbling around. It was missing a leg now, but instead of bones sticking out, there was some kind of dark, shiny appendage squirming out of its severed limb. Taking no chances, I emptied the rest of the shotgun rounds into the creature's head. However, it still wouldn't fucking die. Tired as hell and in pain, I stumbled over and watched the freakish entity climb up a wall and out an open window. That was the last I saw of it. Immediately after, I packed up my things and got into my car and floored it home. It's been hours since. I'm sitting here now, still in absolute disbelief at the events that just transpired. I don't even want to begin to think about what the hell that thing was. I tried contacting the people who had sent me after it in the first place, but they were giving me the silent treatment. Of course. But there was something rather interesting that I saw on the news. It was a report about a murder that took place in an abandoned factory. The same one I was just in. Here's the kicker though. The person that I saw get splattered against the wall was actually a wanted enforcer for a local criminal gang. In fact, only a few days ago, another person had been murdered in a neighboring town. They searched his place and found staggering evidence that he was a contract killer, just like me. But this wasn't even the end of it. 5 hitmen and criminal enforcers had been murdered this month alone, all in the same state where I was. The authorities were suspecting that these had to be linked. I do recall hearing about them in some dark web circles a few weeks ago, but I didn't think anything of it. I just thought that they must have been incompetent. I also watched a police press conference where some journalists asked if this might be some rogue vigilante on the loose.
No.
The officer responded.
The manner in which these men are getting killed indicates the work of an absolute, unhinged psychopath.
That thing is still alive, and if it comes after me again, I don't think I'm gonna get so lucky. Maybe I'll just hire somebody else to try and kill it.
What looks like on me now?
Sky is such a vibrant blue today. The breeze feels wonderful, and the sand feels lovely between my toes. The house itself is gorgeous, and it's fully furnished with all the creature comforts. It even has a full bar, which will make for some peaceful times reading beside the fireplace. Good thing the doc didn't know about that part. What he doesn't know won't hurt him, as far as I'm concerned. I do have Wi-Fi and cable too, so can't complain there either. I do wonder how that works, as this place is so far removed from civilized life. I used to live in the country some years back, and there were plenty of other housing developments and neighborhoods around, but I never could get Wi-Fi out there, only cable. Still, I can't say I know too much about that sort of thing, and I'm sure not going to argue about the convenience. I think this next week is going to be pretty nice, just what the doctor ordered, quite literally so. Anyway, that's enough for today, Journal. I'm going to enjoy the rest of my day, what little there is left of this one, anyway. And I'll talk to you tomorrow. Day 2. I didn't accomplish much on the first day, though I'm not entirely sure what I was supposed to achieve, to tell you the truth. It was pretty late when I got here yesterday, and I was pretty much beat from the drive. So I just nursed a few drinks while watching some mindless TV and turned in early. Maybe it's because I'm so used to living in the city, but out here, with no life around, with the exception of the population beneath the water, you hear some strange stuff. I was buzzing pretty good when I laid down, so it could have just been my swimming head and the waves brushing the shore outside. Maybe it was the seagulls squawking against the emptiness beyond these walls that sounded like laughter in a way. That's what it sounded like in the bedroom anyway. It was like kids laughing, which, combined with the odd tapping sound, made me imagine children quietly running through the hallway outside my bedroom door. I even got up a couple of times to look around, but after a while, I just shrugged it off and passed out. It could also be that my half-sleeping mind took me back to my apartment in the city, where the brat of a kid upstairs is always hammering his feet across the ceiling. I swear it sounded like he was going to break through and land on my coffee table sometimes. I really need to move out of there. I do sort of wonder what keeps me in that ratty old building, to be honest. Like I told you yesterday, I'm not exactly poor. I could certainly afford something better. But I wonder where I put my keys. I thought I may have left them on the dresser at home, but that would have made it hard to drive here. I did drive here, right? Why am I asking you? You're not going to know where I put my keys. I just looked outside, and my car is right there in the parking spot where I left it. I knew I drove here. Weird. I keep feeling like there's something I forgot to do before I left home. Not like I left the stove on or anything, but I just have that strange, nagging feeling in the back of my head. I should probably take my meds. My doctor prescribed me dopamine to help with my schizophrenic symptoms. Honestly, the name made me laugh at first. Dopamine. It's like dope of mine. The pharmacist didn't seem to find it as funny as I did when I asked him for the dope of mine, though. The old lady in the line behind me enjoyed it, at least. Speaking of drugs, I wonder if I could score any weed out here. Maybe I'll take a trip to town later. Though my sleep had plenty of odd interruptions, I still rested well. I actually slept in for the first time in I don't know how long. Having to be at work doesn't exactly allow much opportunity for just turning off the alarm and sleeping until I wake up naturally. I hate the job too. It's not where I saw myself when I was a kid, you know? I was never the office type, and that cubicle practically suffocates me every day. Gerald, my uptight douche canoe of a manager, can eat a giant sack of dicks for all I care. He may be solely responsible for my mental state as of late. Well, him and my shitbag of a dad, if you can even call him that. My apologies, you didn't ask to hear my life story and all this complaining.
Oh yeah, right!
We're here to rest and relax, and that's just what we're gonna do. I do need to look for a new job, though. That being said, I don't even need to work, do I? Why do I put up with that prick Gerald when I could just retire if I wanted to? I've made some strange decisions in my life for sure. I don't know. I'll see you later. I think I'm gonna go for a walk. Maybe jump in the water for a minute. Oh, Christ, the water's cold. I jumped in for like a minute and rushed back out. Almost busted my leg on the sand, too. Well, not that the sand could really bust anything, I suppose. The doctor told me I had a tendency to overreact to little things, but wet sand can really hurt. I took a hot shower after I ran back into the house, which made me feel pins and needles all over. Once my body got used to the heat again, it felt pretty nice. And I stayed in there until my fingers were all wrinkly and pruny. There's a hot tub outside, so I may go out and sit out there later tonight when it gets dark. And I'll take my cooler with me too. One cannot enjoy the hot tub experience without one's trusty beverage. I don't know why, but that last line made me laugh a little. You probably think I'm crazy, don't you, Journal? But just for that, I'll leave you inside. No hot tub for you, buddy boy. I don't know what I was thinking. There's no hot tub out there. Must be seeing things. I still sat outside and enjoyed the night air, though. There's a boat way out in the water. I can't tell what kind it is from here, but it's probably some sort of yacht, if I had to guess. I'd love to own a boat. Maybe I'll buy a boat and quit my job. Just enjoy the open sea and tour the world. Would you like to come along, Journal? I don't know how many pages you have in all, but you're pretty thick. I bet we still have a few good years left together. But I need to give you a name, I think. I can't keep calling you Journal. That would be like naming my kid, well, kid. I don't have a kid, though. I don't think I want children. I think I'd be a pretty bad dad, like my old man. I wonder if he had schizophrenia, too. They say it's hereditary, and that would explain a lot about his parenting methods. I don't think he ever went to a doctor his whole life, now that I think about it. I can't speak for before I came along, but I don't remember him going to any. He wouldn't even go to the emergency room after he punched his hand through the living room window. He just wrapped his hand up and went about his day. I think it bled for like 3 days. He was stubborn, that's for damn sure. I didn't know there would be a full bar here, so I bought a 6-pack of beer at the liquor store when I
this is my
drove
only
through the
attempt
little
for
town a ways
today.
back.
Wow!
I went ahead
That's
and knocked
really
back all of them
cool.
over the
I
last
don't
few
have to
hours, but
suffer
I
as
dropped the
much.
last one before I could finish it. The damn thing landed right on its base. It shattered only on the bottom, which looked cool, to be honest. I've never seen that happen before. I did empty out most of the beer before it tipped over, but at least I got a good buzz before I let that last one slip through my fingers. I think I'm gonna go to bed, Journal. It's getting late, and I'm pretty sleepy.
6:24.
I'll think of a name for
Remember
you
this
tomorrow.
day. It's the day when I got fight certified!
Ha! That's what I'm gonna call you. Do you like it? It's a great name because you can flip it up or down or turn it all around and it still spells Bob. I didn't sleep at all last night. I heard the laughing kids again, and they were certainly not seagulls this time. It wasn't just the footsteps running through the hall this time either. One of the little freaks pounded on the bedroom door. I jumped out of bed, threw the door open, but they were gone. I went around, turned on every single light in the house. I even went outside and ran around with a flashlight for like an hour. I think someone's messing with me. I bet it's the people on that boat. It does look a little closer today, so I bet they got close last night and cut the lights off so I wouldn't see them. Before I go to sleep tonight, oh, you bet your ass I'm gonna check every door and window. There's an inherent eeriness in kids' laughter, you know? I think that's why they always have some sort of creepy ghost kid in horror movies. I mean, why anyone would want to have children, I'll never know. You have to be freaked out all the time hearing that stuff. I think I'm gonna break up with Becky, Bob. She keeps talking about moving in together, but we've only been going out for like 6 months. It's a little premature, don't you think? Why do I keep asking you questions? Great, I just asked another one. Well, if you actually answer me, Bob, we're both way more screwed than I thought. Maybe I'll get a dog. I had one when I was a kid, so I'm sure I could handle one now. He would always bark, though. It got on my nerves, something serious. He was a big mutt, too. Had a deep, I'll mess you up sort of bark. Still broke my heart when he died, though. I can't remember what happened, but I remember my dad wouldn't even let me see the body before he buried him. He told me it'd scar me for life if he let me see it. I'm pretty scarred, though. I wouldn't be in therapy and loaded up on drugs if I wasn't. At least he tried, I suppose. Maybe he wasn't such a bad father after all. I think I'm gonna go for a drive, Bob. You wanna come along? Actually, don't answer that. You stay right here. I'll be back later. I didn't realize what a hovel that town was when I passed through it on the way here. I stopped and got some necessities at the grocery store on the ride in, but I don't remember it being as run down as it looks now. It looks like the city may have a population of maybe a couple
If I was
hundred,
Katie, I would scream
and half
death
the
right
buildings
now.
have boarded up doors and windows. Maybe they got hit with a
Very
hurricane
voice.
sometime.
Ew,
Just
like
never got built.
this.
The guy at the counter in the liquor store looked sick too. I didn't even want to accidentally
if I
push
actually make
against
it
his
to
hand
negative
when he handed
2.
me my change, so I just told him to keep it. And the guy didn't even thank me. It's strange to see a place so dilapidated so close to a beautiful place like this. The air feels so much cleaner here than it did there, too. But I'll tell you this much, Bob. If I feel the urge to go into town again, I'll drive in the other direction and see where it takes me. I think I'm gonna go take a shower now. I feel gross. Well, didn't get much of a chance to enjoy my shower. Some guy came pounding on the door when I was right in the middle of lathering my hair. I wrapped a towel around myself, ran downstairs, ready to beat someone's ass if it wasn't something important. Turns out it was the guy who actually owns the house. Yeah, he was one strange freaking individual too. He was probably at least 6'5", bald as a damn cue ball, and he was pretty pale looking. You'd think he'd have at least some kind of tan owning a place like this. I invited him in, which felt kind of strange, asking the owner if he'd like to come into his own house. He asked me if I was enjoying the stay and all that good stuff. I mean, he was asking genuinely concerned questions, I guess, but the way he asked them felt more like a damn interrogation. He just had that domineering way about him. I found myself backing up further into the chair I was already sitting in, all defensive-like. I told him about the noises and that I thought someone was trying to mess with me, but he just said the mind can play tricks with the sounds of the ocean and stuff. I don't know, though.
What?
He seemed like he knew
There are
something and
notes?
didn't want to tell me, you know? I wonder if he was just checking in to make sure they were getting to me. I bet he's the ringleader.
Some people are
He's
actually
probably not even
crazy.
the owner and just wanted to come lay out the place so he can mess with me more efficiently. Maybe I should have brought a gun. I think I'm gonna stay awake tonight. Yeah, it's been getting dark outside, and I keep hearing things. I could have sworn I saw something out of the corner of my eye a little while ago, but it was just the light reflecting on the TV. I'm not sure where the light was coming from, but it could have just been the sunset causing light to just pan through the window, like movie credits in reverse or something. Either way, I'm going to check it out. I grabbed a fire poker since I don't have a lot of options to defend myself with. I could grab a butcher's knife from the kitchen, but I think the poker looks more intimidating if I see anyone out there. I'll be back in a bit. Keep an eye on things here, will you, Bob?
No. Please don't.
I didn't see anyone out there, but I swear to Christ I heard the laughing again. It sounded like it was coming from way over to the side of the beach where it meets the trees. I ran over there and shouted out that I was armed and that I'd kill them, but they just laughed harder. What are they playing at? Someone's messing with me, I swear to God. The boat was closer, too. It's maybe, I don't know, like 40 or 50 feet from the shore now. The light from the moon was playing tricks with the water, but at first, it looked like an honest-to-God pirate ship or something. I was like, do they even make those anymore? Until I got distracted by the laughing again. It sounded like they were running through the sand right behind me, too. I turned around, and of course, there was nothing. But when I looked back at the water, the boat just looks like a yacht again.
Oh wait,
I'm starting to think that the medicine is messing with my head more and more.
Of course I'm down.
Doctor told me it was supposed to stop me from seeing things, but it sure as hell isn't doing the trick. I'm gonna call him tomorrow. The solitude thing ain't working out, not for me anyway. I'm definitely not sleeping tonight. I'm gonna catch these guys and make them sorry for messing with the wrong person. Hey, I'll get back to you tomorrow, Bob. They need to think I'm sleeping, so I can't talk to you anymore tonight. Day 4. I saw them, Bob. I got one of them across the back of the head with the fire poker, too. They were fast for having tiny, little, scampering legs, but they weren't planning for me to be on guard. Even though I splattered the wall with the little bastard's blood, he still got away from me. There were like 6 of them or something. They were all wearing Halloween masks, but they still laughed and giggled like stupid little kids. They screamed like kids, too. Or at least the one I clipped did. I called the police. They're on their way as we speak. I'll show them where I sprayed the wall with tiny hoodlum blood, and they'll have to believe me. I ain't got any cuts or anything, so they can't say I just pled myself to sell the story. For sure, they'll try to make some excuse or pretend there ain't nothing there or something, but I know what I saw. I know what I felt when the iron rod made contact too. There's no way that kid don't have a hole in his skull now. I bet he dropped close by or something. Probably running on stuff when I nailed him. Oh yeah, he's sorry now. He messed with the wrong guy. Ah, there's the blue lights now. Okay, I'll be back, Bob. Figures. Yeah, of course they didn't believe me. They even threatened to arrest me if I wasted their time like this again. Yeah, I know it's a long drive.